Stand over behind the court reporter. Come on in, please. Right in through the door.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please take your place. Could you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Diane Marie Vandermolen, V as in Victor, A-N-D-E-R, M-O-L-E-N.
Ms. Vandermolen, are you a little nervous here today?
Very.
Fine, relax. We have a family tree over here, and I was wondering if you could tell me where you fit on this. Okay, can you see the chart?
Yes.
And do you see your name? Mm-hmm. And where are you?
I'm the fourth child of Joan and Arnold.
Down here, where I'm
Yes.
pointing?
Uh-huh.
Is Kathy, the witness who just testified, your sister?
Yes.
And is Alan Anderson your cousin?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I am 34 years old.
So does that make you 9 years older than Lyle and 12 years older than Erik?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you spend various periods of time with Kitty and José Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And were they your aunt and uncle?
Yes.
When was the first time that you stayed with them?
1976 for the summer.
For the summer? And when was the second time?
1978.
And that
also,
was?
Also for the summer for a little bit longer that time.
Okay. And the next time?
1979 briefly.
Briefly is?
My friend Karen and I came out for a visit.
Briefly is how long?
Oh, about 2 weeks.
And did you spend time with them again?
Yes.
And when was that?
I lived with them from the beginning of June 1982 until July 1983.
When you were first invited to stay with them in 1976, how old were you then?
I was 16 when I arrived, and I turned 17 while I was with them.
We're going to have trouble hearing this.
Could we?
I was 16 when I arrived.
Why don't you just move a little closer to the microphone? Just move yourself in a little closer if you can, knowing your physical constraints. And we
Are
can
you
move the
pregnant?
microphone as
Ms.
well.
Ms. Vandermolen,
Yes.
are you pregnant? Okay.
Very,
move the
very. Thank you.
When you were first invited to stay with them, were you sent there, or is this something you wanted to do?
It was something that I wanted to do.
And why did you want to go there for a whole summer?
I had looked forward to it for a few years, and it
Why?
was... I had been told a lot about Kitty and José and Lyle and Erik and their family being very special to our family, and had met them a few years prior, and had been told that José had said that it would be okay for us to come out and visit, and looked very much forward to doing so. And
was that exciting for you?
Oh, very, yes.
Now, when you say that they were special to your family, how do you mean?
Sustain.
When you first went to stay with them, were you treated well?
In 1976, yes.
And did that change over the period of time that you went to visit them?
Very much so.
And did José change during that period of time? Or did he stay the same?
Pretty much the same, only more so.
More, okay.
More
More what?
intense, driven, arrogant.
Okay. And what about Kitty? Did she stay the same, or did she change?
She changed very much.
And how did she change?
In 1976, She became like a mentor to me during that time period. I felt special with her during that time. By 1982-83 visit, I got to the point where I was afraid to come upstairs from my bedroom because I wasn't sure what was going to happen, because it seemed like I could do nothing right.
And if you did something wrong, what would Kitty do?
She would she would fly into rages, immense rages.
How would she look when she flew into these rages?
Her arms would
Would
be
you stand
out.
up if you can?
Yeah, of course she was not pregnant. Her arms would be out to here. Of course, you
This
can't.
upraised, Your Honor, for the record.
And her teeth would be like this, and she would be coming at you like that.
When she would be coming at you, how close would she get?
She would approach me at times. Okay. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. Is it frightening to you today to think about that?
It was, yeah, it was, and I recall that when I talk about it.
Okay. How close would she come to you when she did this?
She could get into my face, and sometimes it would start from a brief distance away, but she would move towards me as her anger was flying towards me also.
Is this something that happened once or twice, or is this something that happened more often?
Oh, it happened more than once or twice.
3 times?
It was quite regular.
And what's quite regular to you? Is that once a month? Once a week?
Maybe a couple times a week.
And what types of things would trigger these rages?
Gosh, if I hadn't performed up to her expectations, or if I'd come home late.
And when you say performed up to her expectations, what do you mean?
Sustained.
When she would get angry at you, would she just talk about what it is that you did wrong, or would she talk about you as a person?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
What kinds of, would these fits or rages be in front of the boys?
Sometimes.
And what types of things would she say to you?
She would attack me as a person, and let me know in no uncertain terms that she was very capable of marching me downstairs and tossing my belongings out on the street and not caring that I was related to her.
And would she make you feel anything about yourself in terms of your own personal characteristics?
Oh, yeah. Myself.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Would she say anything about your personal characteristics?
Same objection irrelevant.
You have to lay a better foundation.
Would she, in these rages, which took place in front of the boys, would she say anything about you personally?
She attacked my character as a human being. I mean,
Okay. During your first visit in 1976, you took a trip to New York and a trip to Washington, D.C. with her, is that correct?
Yes.
With the family? And was that enjoyable? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
yes, I'm sorry.
Over the period of time that you were there, you've said Jose became more intense and Kitty changed dramatically. Can you tell me what kinds of changes you saw in Kitty?
Both, when I was there in 76, it seemed that there was still, Kitty was able to still enjoy herself and be herself, both inside the home and outside the home. I also saw similar characteristics with Jose. By 1982 and 83 visit, there was a complete change in who they were inside the home when no one was around and who they would be to others outside the home.
Who would they be inside the home?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustain.
Can you describe their personality? Can you describe Kitty's personality characteristics inside the home? On the last visit, things you observed.
Same objection.
All right, you're asking her to describe the demeanor of Mrs. Menendez in the presence of the defendants?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
All right. Do you understand the question?
Yes.
Could you describe it?
Kitty was quite frustrated and seemed to be immensely trying to keep up with what she considered to be her job, which was organizing the boys' schedules and keeping up with what was given to her from Jose to do each day. And there wasn't, in 76, there were moments when we could talk and relax, and there wasn't any of that by 82, 83. Just always frustrated and unhappy.
Were the rages more frequently in 82 and 83 than they were in 76?
Oh, immensely, yeah.
Was Kitty affectionate with the boys?
More so with Erik than with Lyle.
Okay, and what would you see her do with Erik? Let me start.
Okay, I think
was there a change in how she reacted toward Erik between 76 and 82? Or was it the same? Was there a change?
She became more of his tutor.
Was she affectionate with him to the same degree?
No.
What did you see with regard to her affection toward Erik in the earlier visits?
For example, there was one time when I tried to hug Erik one time, and she told me that I wasn't supposed to hug him, that he needed to grow up, that he was being too much of a baby.
Which visit was this?
82.
So he would have been 11 years old?
Yes.
Did you see her hug the kids?
Not that time, not in 82, 83 visit.
Did she hug them? Did she hug Erik earlier?
Mm-hmm. Yes, she did, when putting them to bed.
And what about Lyle? Did you see her hug Lyle?
Not during the 82, 83 visit. There was more animosity between the two.
Would you see her hug him on the earlier visits?
Just when putting them to bed occasionally.
And did she speak to them gently, using pet names or?
No, there were no pet names.
Was she caring of them in terms of if they got injured?
No, they were supposed to be tough.
Were they allowed to cry?
Crying was considered a weakness.
Was that even for you? Or were you?
I'd say in general, showing emotion in that household was considered a great weakness that you didn't want to display.
And what would happen if the boys would cry?
Gosh. They'd either be sent to their room or left alone.
Was there a difference between what the family did in private, and I'm talking particularly about the later visits, a difference between the way they would behave in private and the way they would behave in public?
Are you referring to Kitty and Jose?
Yes.
There was a terrific difference between private and public.
And what was the difference? Let's do Kitty first. What was the difference in Kitty's public versus her private performance?
Let's have the question read back, please.
What
What was the difference as to Kitty first? What was the difference in Kitty's public versus her private performance?
Be a little more specific when you're talking about performance,
Thank
please.
you. What was Kitty's behavior like in the home versus in public?
At home, she was very harried when no one was around, and generally unhappy, and just never could quite keep up, and frustrated all the time. In public, she would put on a facade, a personhood of who she believed she should appear to be as the.
Objection sustained as to the entire answer as a conclusion, and the entire answer is stricken.
How would she, you said at home she'd appear frustrated and harried, etc. Would she demonstrate her temper at home?
Okay, yes.
And when she went out in public, did she appear harried and frustrated and demonstrate her temper?
No.
And what was Jose like in the home versus in public? Well, first, what was his behavior like at home?
He was in non-questionable control of the household, and he was he would laugh in a arrogantly teasing way, but he'd be humiliating and belittling to the point of being cruel at times.
And what about in public? Did he demonstrate any of those behaviors in public?
No.
Were you afraid of making mistakes in that home?
Sustained.
What would be the consequences of making a mistake in that home?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
If you made a mistake, how would Kitty treat you?
Same objection.
All right, you'll have to lay a better foundation as to the presence of the defendants and nature of the conduct.
Were there times when you were living in the home, particularly directed at the later visits, where you would make a mistake and Kitty would react to that in front of the boys?
Yes.
And can you tell me what would happen?
Objection Vegas to time.
Sustained.
In the 1982-83 visit, did this ever happen?
Oh, yes.
Did it happen frequently?
Yes.
And what would Kitty do in front of the boys during the 1982-83 visit if you made a mistake?
If it wasn't too bad, it would be throwing things around, and as she was yelling at me, just slamming things down while talking to me, yelling at me about what it was and how could I do this, and how stupid it was.
And if it was something really bad?
It would be the rage that I have already described to you, beyond control.
How old were you in 1982?
I was 23.
Was that rage still frightening to you?
Oh, yes, very. I lived in fear of it, to be honest with you.
Would there be times during the last visit where Jose would go to Erik's room before dinner
Yes,
and meet with him privately?
yes.
And after those meetings, what would Erik be like when he came out?
Jose would state that Erik was not feeling well and that he was not able to eat his dinner at that time and that he would eat later.
And did you see times where Lyle and Jose would have talks?
Yes.
And where would these talks take place?
Frequently downstairs, this is during 82, correct?
Yeah.
Frequently downstairs in the basement with Lyle on a stool and Jose standing over him.
How close would Jose stand to him?
He would be right here up against him.
Indicating approximately a foot away?
Generally, yes.
And could you tell what it was they were these discipline sessions, or were they just talking about things?
It was understood that when Jose was speaking to Lyle or either of the boys that they were to be left alone and you didn't intrude.
How long would these talks in the basement go on?
An hour, 2 hours.
And is this something that happened just once while you were there?
No, it was frequently,
And what is
and
frequent?
it was serious. It could be once a week.
And that's in the 82, 83 visit you're talking about.
Yes.
Did talks like this take place on earlier visits?
Yes, but not for quite as long.
And starting in, say, 1976, when Lyle's 8, are these similar types of talks taking place?
Yes.
And how long would they last at that age? You said they were shorter.
Yeah, could be shorter in length up to about an hour, but they wouldn't probably go to 2 hours at that point.
And at some point between 76 and 82, they went to 2 hours?
Yes.
And would he have talks with him in other locations? Dinner table, living room?
Always at the dinner table.
And what was it like at the dinner table?
Sustained.
During the 1982-83 visit, what was it like at the dinner table?
An intellectual drill in a rapid quiz-like fashion.
Was this every night?
If Jose were home, yes.
And who would be being drilled?
Generally, Lyle. Erik would try to answer, but since Lyle's 3 years older, Erik had a hard time keeping up.
And what happened if you didn't know the answer?
Your intelligence was attacked.
Now, did these dinner table conversations take place on earlier visits?
Yes.
And you said you were there in 76, 78, and 80. Did they take place on all 3 of those visits?
Yes.
What would happen if the boys cried?
Why don't you be more specific?
Okay. Was there some objective, some purpose in keeping the boys from crying? Some goal?
Sustained.
Did they ever indicate verbally, either Kitty or Jose, why it is you weren't supposed to cry?
Crying is a weakness,
And they weren't supposed to be weak?
and weaknesses are not allowed
Did you drive with Kitty ever?
very often.
And how was her driving?
We drove through the entire state of Pennsylvania at 95 miles an hour with the boys in the car.
That was one incident. Was that an exception?
That was by that time, that was only 1976, and I had already accustomed myself to her style of driving at that time.
And
Yes, that was to answer your question.
it was the way she usually drove?
Yes.
Was it frightening to drive with her?
It could be at times, yes.
Did it appear that either of the boys cared what their dad thought about them?
They both cared very, very much.
And how could you tell that?
They were always seeking his approval.
And when Lyle would be having these talks with his dad, what would he look like physically?
His shoulders he would be in this type of a position with his head down and being very serious and looking sad.
Shoulders hunched forward? Is that what
Yes,
you did? And head down?
Yes.
Hands in lap?
Yes.
Was Jose home most weekends?
Jose was,
Or did it vary with the visits?
it varied, and it varied with the visits, because his positions had changed.
Okay. Was he home most weekends in 76?
Actually, he was gone frequently during 76.
And what about 78, 80, and 82?
He was home on more weekends during those visits.
And was there a routine pattern over this entire period of time in terms of how weekend days would be spent? terms of Jose and
Oh,
the
okay.
boys?
Yes, very much so.
And what
yes.
was the routine?
If Jose were home, when he arrived, he would immediately take the boys out while they were involved in tennis. This was more later visits than the earlier visits. And they would drill immediately when he got home. He would change and they'd be on the court. And but you're only asking me during the week, right?
That was the week. Let's do the weekend now. Say Saturdays. What would Saturdays be like? What would the pattern be?
Sustain.
19, you said it was most common in the later visits, 80 and 82?
Yeah.
That he would be home?
Yes.
Okay. And so during those 2 visits, was the pattern on Saturday the same?
Yes.
And was the pattern on Saturday during the other visits the same? It's just that he wasn't home as much.
Correct.
Okay. So what was the pattern?
They would get up first thing in the morning and they'd be on the court. They'd be drilling, and they would take a break after a couple of hours and get either some liquid, and then after a couple hours they'd have something to eat, and then they'd be back on the court.
Okay. So they would be drilled for a couple of hours.
Minimum, yeah.
2 to 3 hours?
With each set.
What do you mean with each set? With each boy?
Between breaks.
Okay. And between the first and the second set of drilling, between the first 2 hours and the second 2 hours, they'd take a break. Is that right?
Yes.
And how long a break would they take?
They'd storm into the house and storm right back out, is how I remember it.
10 minutes, half hour?
About 10 minutes, maybe.
And so then they would have the second 2-hour session?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And then would that be the end of the tennis? Or
No, they could easily go all day long into the evening.
And this was taking place even in 1976? Or
I don't recall in 76 as much.
Okay.
And they were still in swimming also at that time.
And after they spent all this time on the tennis court, what would they do? Would this be late afternoon, early evening by the time they came in?
Yes.
Okay. And what would they do when they came in?
They would come in and I'm not sure what point they grabbed something to eat. Then they would head upstairs for showers.
Okay. Would they take showers individually or together?
Together.
And was this true on all of the visits, including the 82 to 83 visit?
Including 82, 83 visit, yes.
And after they all showered together, what would they do next?
I would see them come out, all 3 of them, each of them in their robes, and the 3 of them would go into the den area where they would sit, which was adjoining the master bedroom, and the 3 of them would sit on the floor with Jose, teaching them generally about history, specifically Roman history, and telling them of the importance to know history and why and other things related to history.
How long would these talks go on for?
An hour or 2, generally until it was time for them to go to bed.
The boys looked like they were having a good time?
They looked like they were intent on learning what their father was trying to teach them.
And I've just marked 4 photographs. 164, 5, 6, and 7. Vandermolen, showing you what I've marked now as 164. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And who's in that photograph?
This is Kathy in the corner, and
Is Kathy your sister?
Kathy is my sister. This is myself, and I know this child, I can't think of him,
Okay, so there's an unidentified child in there.
who's on my lap, and this is Lyle and Erik.
And so if Kathy's there,
That
is
was my
this-
birthday.
This is your birthday?
I think so, yeah.
What month is your birthday?
My birthday is July 2nd.
So
So if Kathy's there, is this the 76th visit,
Yes,
showing you what I've now marked as 165? Do you recognize that picture?
yes, yes.
And who's in that?
That's myself and Lyle and Erik.
And is this the same occasion?
Yes.
Showing you what I've marked as 166, and ask if you recognize that photograph.
That's Kitty and myself.
You can hold it.
That's Kitty and myself.
And when was that?
It looks like the 76 visit also.
And while you were living there on any of the visits, did they have a ferret as a pet?
There was, yes, I believe they did throughout the visits. Chippers 1, 2, and 3.
That was the ferret's names? Chippers 1, 2, and 3?
Yes,
Showing you what I've marked as 167.
that's a ferret.
That's a ferret.
That's one of the chippers.
Okay.
If this was 76, it would be chipper 1.
Okay. Was the ferret kept in the house, or are these pets that you put out in the backyard, or what?
The ferret was kept inside the house.
And was the ferret trained to go to the bathroom in a litter box or something like that?
No, none of the ferrets were. They went to the bathroom wherever they ended up being.
Is that anywhere in the house?
Anywhere in the house, yes.
Did the boys behave differently when they were just with you as opposed to when they were with their parents?
Yes, they did.
How did they behave when they were just with you?
It seems that it was the only time that I saw them actually behave as children, as boys. They were much less competitive when it was just the three of us. They were nice to each other, nicer. We relaxed. We talked about things that weren't talked about when we weren't by ourselves, such as hopes and desires and dreams that they had themselves.
These were things that they couldn't talk about or didn't talk about with their family, their own hopes and dreams?
Sustain.
Would they talk about their hopes and dreams in front of their parents?
Generally speaking, their roles were being given to them.
Can we just start this conclusion on part of the witness?
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken as non-responsive.
When they would be around their parents, who would pick the topic of conversation?
Jose.
You already indicated that the boys were not encouraged to show emotions, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that a goal to be achieved, to not be able to show your emotions?
Yes.
Did the family take pictures?
Yes.
Who took pictures?
When I was there, I took a lot of them or handed my camera to someone. Otherwise,
Did they
I
both
think it
take
was,
pictures?
yes.
One of them, or? If you remember.
I don't recall.
They have a Polaroid camera?
Yes.
Did they have a movie camera?
Yes.
And who would use the movie camera?
Jose.
And what types of things would he film?
He filmed the boys.
Doing what?
I recall them doing sports. I can't remember what else right now.
When Jose wasn't home, where would the boys sleep?
In which visit?
Start in 76. If you remember,
Generally speaking, in 76, I remember putting them to sleep in their beds. Sometimes they slept with Kitty.
and through your later visits, did they continue to sometimes sleep with Kitty?
Yes, they did, and they'd argue over whose turn it was.
And did this continue into the last visit in 1982, 1983?
Yes, it did.
And at that time, the boys would have been 14 and 11?
Yes, then they turned 12 and 15.
Did you observe anything unusual that happened when Lyle would go to take a bath?
Your Honor,
Just yes or no?
Yes.
And when was this?
During the 82-83 visit.
So again, where he's 14.
Yes.
What would happen when he would go take a bath?
After he would be in the bathroom, Kitty would tell me that she had to go help him wash his hair.
Would she go into the bathroom?
Yes.
And how long would she be in there?
Until she would help him finish up his bath and they'd come out.
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
It could, about 15 minutes.
Did you observe Kitty helping the boys with their homework?
Yes.
And would this have been in the 1982-83 visit?
Yes.
And how is it that she would help the boys with their homework?
She would sometimes sit and do it with them. Sometimes she would do it while they were out practicing their tennis.
So she would do their homework for them sometimes?
Yes.
During the times when she would work with them, what were those episodes like?
Sometimes she would get frustrated with them if they asked for help, and she'd end up taking over the homework herself.
And would she ever say anything to them about?
She would, she'd ask them how they could be such a dummy. Lyle and Erik use their intelligence. She would yell that at them quite frequently. And then if they still didn't get it, that's when she started calling them dummy.
Did they have any friends come over and visit during any of the visits you were there? Were other neighborhood children in the house?
I didn't see any neighborhood children, no.
And was there a particular cousin who was close to Erik who would come visit?
Yes, Andy.
And other than Andy's visits, did you see any other friends or any other relatives stay in the house?
No.
Did Erik and Andy appear to be close?
Yes.
Was privacy something that was valued in this house?
objection irrelevant.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did you see any instances in which there was a disrespect for privacy shown?
Yes.
Same objection, Your Honor, with the striking answer.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Did you ever see a situation in which Kitty went into Lyle's room and read his letters?
Yes, I did. And I was with her when she did that.
Your Honor, objection with the strike as being irrelevant.
Overruled. We have a foundation as to time, please.
82, 83 visit.
Thank you. During the 82-83 visit, did Lyle get a girlfriend?
No. I asked about that one time, and Kitty said that there would be time for the boys for Lyle specifically, to be concerned about that some other time.
All right, objection is sustained. The answer is stricken after the word no.
Did Lyle have stuffed animals?
Many, yes.
When you say many, are you talking about 2 or 3? Or?
No, he had at least a dozen or more.
And does this include the 82-83 visit when he's 14 and 15?
Yes, that's specifically what I'm remembering.
Would you see him playing with his animals?
Yes, he animated his animals, especially Cookie Monster.
And what type of playing would go on? Was he having them sing and dance, or what was
No,
happening?
they bombed each other in groups. Bombed each other, and Cookie Monster would threaten more towards Erik. Yeah.
Was it?
All right, we'll take a recess when the jurors wants a break. So we'll take a recess and we'll resume at 1:45. Don't discuss this case with anyone or form any final opinions about it, and we'll resume at 1:45.
There's been testimony about that, and so restricts the testimony.
Well, number one, the people did not specifically object to the testimony regarding the swimming or the nature of that activity on grounds of relevancy. And now the defense is offering this film. I haven't seen it, and the people have not seen the entirety of it.
You've seen enough.
All right. Well, she just told me she didn't see it all.
She said she didn't need.
Counsel, I heard her say that she didn't see it all, and that's all I'm saying. She hasn't seen the entirety of it. The objection is on the grounds of relevancy. Is that correct? Do you want to articulate it further as to?
Yeah, all it proves is that they took pictures of the child swimming back and forth and driving. And it seems to be irrelevant or unnecessary to show this particular movie to the jury, that's all.
All right, your objection is it's cumulative, or? All right, I'll have to see it, and I'll do it at a more appropriate time. It's 4 o'clock. I want to continue with the examination of this witness. How much more do you have?
Probably about another 45 minutes.
Okay, and I don't know how you propose, if this was to be played, how you propose to play it. We're not going to darken the courtroom for the purpose of playing it. No, we're not.
I'd ask the bailiff if he could turn the light.
Well, we're not darkening this courtroom in a criminal case. If you wanted to put this on videotape, you could have done that, and we could have had a VCR with us as well.
We may have it on VCR.
I don't know why we need a projector. It's one of those devices that people don't see very often anymore.
I know it's a very old movie, but we can waive their appearance during it showing the movie, so there's no security problem, or they can wait in line.
Well, I'll see at the appropriate time. Let's remove the equipment so it doesn't interfere with the rest of the testimony, and then I'll view it at the appropriate time.
Your Honor, we still have to do a 402 on the statement that
Yes.
is highlighted, and I don't know whether the court wants
We can do that right now.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lansing?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Van der Molen, was there an incident in 1976 in which Lyle Menendez asked you to help him?
Yes, there was.
Where did this take place?
In my bedroom downstairs in the basement
What
in
time
Muncie.
I'm sorry.
In
go-
Muncie.
In Muncie. What time of day was it?
It was nighttime.
And what happened?
We had all been down, Lyle and Erik and I had been downstairs, and the boys had been called up to get ready for bed. I stayed and went into my bedroom, and a while later, Lyle came down, and he was asking if he could, I thought he was there to say goodnight, and he started asking me if he could sleep down there because Kathy had already gone and there was 2 single beds.
Okay, and what did you tell him?
Initially, I pretty much just brushed him off because I wasn't taking him seriously.
And what happened next?
He proceeded to indicate to me by touching himself down and saying that his dad and him had been touching each other down there.
And what did he ask you to do?
He wanted to sleep down there.
And what did you do?
I went and got Kitty and brought her downstairs and told her what was going on.
How did Lyle seem this time? Was this a joke? Or did he
No, he was serious.
And what happened when Kitty came down?
She didn't believe me.
Did you tell her?
Yes, I told her what I believed to be going on, what Lyle was indicating to me, and she immediately. I don't remember that she said anything to me, just that I knew that she did not believe me, and she took Lyle and brought him back upstairs.
When you say she took him, did she physically grab him?
She took him by the arm and brought him back upstairs with her.
And did you ever discuss the incident with Lyle anymore?
No, it wasn't ever discussed after that.
Thank you. That's our offer. Chris.
All right, people wish to examine?
Yes, Ms. Van der Molen, do you remember giving a statement about this incident on January the 15th of 1992?
Yes.
And who did you give the statement to about this?
To Leslie and Abramson and to Joe Lansing.
And at the time that you gave the statement, did you indicate to them that Lyle had gestured to himself?
I believe I motioned about the touching. I'm not sure what you're meaning by that, though.
Well, in the report it indicates that all she, meaning you, knows is that he made some comment about Jose and touching. And the next part of the report is that you went and got Kitty.
Right.
Is that what you told the defense attorneys in January of '92?
I told them,
I'm going to object to this because I don't think this is maybe cross-examination, but I don't think this is appropriate for a issue.
Overall, I'll permit it.
okay. I discussed that it was regarding touching, and at the same time that I discussed that, I indicated so by doing that in their presence.
And where did you touch yourself?
Down, basically right here, since I'm not a...
About your genitals?
Yes.
All right. And you told the defense attorneys that in January of '92?
I verbalized touching, and I motioned by doing so with my hand, but I don't know what was written. So.
And you have a clear recollection today of Lyle doing that?
Yes.
And do you remember telling the defense attorneys that you were never really sure what it was about?
That's what I convinced myself of afterwards, that I must have been mistaken because of the way that it was handled.
What exactly did Lyle say to you?
That I don't remember exact words. I just remember that it was regarding he and Jose touching each other, and it was down there.
Okay, now when you spoke to the defense attorneys, all you said was a comment about Jose and touching. Okay?
Indicating down there.
All right.
What page is that now?
Pardon?
What page?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's page 4. It's not numbered. We know.
Okay. What?
The last paragraph is on the
Okay.
beginning of the next page.
I know I read it, I just can't find it at this point.
The sentence that I'm referring to specifically starts, all she knows is that he made some comment about Jose and touching.
That's on the fifth page.
That's on the floor.
I all she knows, perhaps, is referring to the fact that I don't remember exact words.
Now, did you have any impression about how recently this had occurred in Lyle's life?
That it had been, it was not, it was something that I didn't get the impression that it just happened, but that it was happening.
Right, but he didn't verbalize anything more than he wanted to stay with you?
Right.
And
Because of this, because he was afraid.
Well, did he say he was afraid? Or did
No, that's my impression.
All right, so he asked to sleep with you, and you said no, and then in response to that, he indicated to you that something...
I was pretty much ignoring him. I was not taking him seriously until he became serious.
All right, and then you didn't ever... Now, when's the first time you ever told anyone about this?
Lord, I'm going to object to this. This is impeachment if it's valid.
Well, the only problem is, normally you would be correct, but the only problem is that this is an interview conducted by the two defense lawyers. There's no third-party witness available to deal with the interview you conducted, so I'm giving the prosecution latitude in this regard.
Well, there was nobody present for Dr. Oziel's interviews, and he was free to make up anything he liked on the witness stand.
Dr. Oziel's interviews with whom?
With the defendant.
Well, I don't know if that's quite analogous. I kind of think it isn't, counsel, and I'm sure your smiling remark indicates that you agree with me.
Well-
So that's why I'm permitting the prosecution to go into this. You conducted an interview without any third-party witness present, and now you're seeking to introduce the testimony relating to this, and it's very difficult for the prosecution to deal with that since they'd have to call you as witnesses. That's why I'm permitting the prosecution to do this. Go ahead.
Who's the first person you ever told about this?
Joe Lansing.
She started saying,
Yeah.
Besides Kitty herself, I mean.
Right, you told Kitty and then you told Miss Lansing, and between 1976 and 1992, you didn't tell anyone else. Is that
No,
correct?
that's correct.
All right, anything else?
"No, Your Honor."
Let's get the jury panels in. We have about 10 minutes yet to go today. And all our jurors are back now. You may resume with the examination of the witness.
Yes.
Was there an incident in 1976 while you were staying with the Menendez family involving Lyle and the conversations that you had with him?
Yes.
And what time of day was this?
It was night.
And what had you been doing?
Lyle and Erik and I had been downstairs.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Lyle, Erik, and I had been downstairs playing ping pong. And the two boys were called upstairs to get ready for bed.
Who called them upstairs?
Jose.
And what happened next?
I stayed and went into my bedroom, which was downstairs.
Is that in the basement?
Yes.
Okay.
And a while later, Lyle came down. I believed he was there to tell me goodnight.
Okay. You say a while later. How much longer?
Within the hour.
And he came down.
And he came downstairs and he started asking if he could spend the night in the other bed. We had two twin beds and Kathy had left by then.
So there was an empty bed?
Right.
Okay. So he's asking if he can spend the night in the bed. And what do you
Right.
do?
I did not. I pretty much ignored him and brushed him off at first. I thought he was just goofing around.
He's an 8-year-old kid and you didn't take it seriously?
Right.
Okay. And what happened after that?
He became more serious and indicated to me that he was afraid of not sleeping downstairs
Why?
because he and his dad had been touching each other, and he indicated that it was in his genital area.
And so why did he want to sleep downstairs?
Did he
guess
say
because
anything as to why?
I don't recall what
All
he
right,
said.
your next question then.
When he said this, did he seem like he was kidding around or did he seem
No,
serious?
he was serious.
And what did you do?
I went and got Kitty and brought her downstairs and told her what was going on.
You took it seriously enough to go get Kitty then?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And did you tell Kitty what Lyle had told you?
Yes, I told her what he had indicated to me, what he was telling me, what he was showing me.
How did she look? Did she look shocked or did she show any emotion?
She showed that she did not believe me.
What did she do?
Kind of in a there's a look that she got when she didn't believe me, and that's just, it was obvious to me that she did not believe me. She went and got Lyle and took him back upstairs.
Now, when you said he pointed, did he point somewhere while he was just, could you
He
stand
touched
up?
him.
I know,
He touched himself down in here.
in the genital area.
Yes.
Now, when you said that to Kitty, did she say anything to you
I
or
didn't-
ask any questions?
No, she immediately did not believe me. I don't recall that she said anything to me.
Did she ask Lyle any questions? Like, has this been happening?
No.
Or how could you say
gosh,
this? Or
no. She just took him upstairs, so
How
it
did
was
she take-
dismissed.
How did she take him upstairs?
She took him by the arm,
She pull him out of the room
leading him out. Yes.
forcefully or gently, or
And more forcefully.
was he taken out of there quickly?
Yes.
How did he look?
Bewildered.
Did you talk to anybody about it after that?
No,
Why not?
because it was never discussed after that, and I convinced myself that I was in the wrong, that I was wrong. Not
having
sure
told-
why.
For having told Kitty that you were wrong?
Yeah.
All right, the statement attributed to Lyle Menendez is not being received, ladies and gentlemen, for the truth of whatever he said, just the fact that he said it to the witness. All right, any further questioning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You okay? During any of the visits, did you observe Kitty drinking?
Yes, I did.
And which of the visits, if you can remember?
All of them.
And what would her pattern be about drinking? Would she drink all day long, or when would she drink?
Generally from the afternoon on, more so in the last visit than in the prior visit. She had specific liqueurs that I strongly remember in the 76 visit.
Okay.
Grand Marnier, Liqueur Galliano, and 45, which was from the Caribbean area.
And would she just have a small glass and sip it after dinner,
She
or
would
what
pour
would the
it
pattern be?
in. She had it with her coffee, and she would pour probably about this much into her coffee,
Approximately 2 inches, Your Honor?
Appears more like an inch.
inch and a half. And when she finished her coffee, sometimes she would pour the liqueur and sip on that by itself.
So she would pour some liquor into the coffee cup?
Yeah,
After that?
yes.
And
As she was drinking it.
would that be the same amount or more? Or?
I just recall watching her pour it into the coffee mug after she'd already been drinking it.
And this would start in the afternoon?
Yes,
And did this happen on a regular basis?
yes.
Would she sometimes have more than just the 1 cup of coffee and then the second?
Yes.
How many would you see her have?
2 or 3.
And was this an issue in the family? Did Jose drink with her?
In 76 it wasn't. In 82, 83, she was drinking more and she was starting to hide it from Jose.
And what would Jose do to check on whether she was drinking?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Would Jose say anything to her about her drinking?
He was
Objection irrelevant.
teasing her.
Unless it was said in front of the defendants, objection sustained.
Was it said, were there
Yes,
ever
it
any
was.
discussions in front of Lyle and Erik about her drinking?
Yes.
And what
they
was
were
it?
brought into them. He would tease her about it.
And tease her in terms of it's gentle teasing, it's a family joke, it's tolerated, or was
He said whatever he said, and he was always laughing, but it was generally a belittling type thing that he was saying, but he was always laughing. It was just his way.
would he laugh when he was saying serious things?
Yes.
And was there anything about his laughter that made it seem less serious?
It was sometimes difficult to know whether he was serious or not because of his laugh, and I can't imitate it. But
How many times did you hear him talk to Kitty about her drinking in front of the boys?
several times throughout the last visit, 82, 83.
Did you find that in your first visit, Kitty seemed to be pleased with you, pleased with who you are, what you did?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
It's foundational.
Well, let's get to the,
Did there come a period of time when Kitty became critical of you?
Objection irrelevant.
what time frame you're talking about?
Oh, that's what I need to ask.
All right. Again, it has to be something that occurred in front of the defendants.
Did there come a time when Kitty was critical of you in front of Lyle and Erik?
82, 83, very much so.
And what would the criticism be directed at?
I couldn't do enough. It just seemed like no matter what it was about, it wasn't enough.
Now, you talked about the difference between how Kitty and Jose behaved in private versus how they behaved in public. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you ever go to any family functions during any of your visits with the Menendez family?
Yes.
And did you go more than once?
Yes.
A number of times?
Yes.
And would there be meetings or talks to you before those visits in terms of how you were to behave?
Yes, in the presence of the boys.
Okay. And would the boys get these same talks?
Yes, it was basically a family discussion at the table as to what was allowed to be discussed with others, particularly family, relative members.
Okay. And what things, were there things that could not be discussed, you were not to disclose?
Their school performance, especially Erik's at the time.
Was Erik having trouble in school?
Yes, and that wasn't supposed to be known. and also if they hadn't done well in a particular event. It wasn't supposed to be discussed.
Now,
There was because of the competition.
competition,
Right, because of the competition.
Objection sustained. The last part of the answer is stricken. And how much longer do you think you have, this witness?
I probably have another 20 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll take a recess and resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it, and we'll resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Witness is ordered to return. And would you say your name again for us?
Diane Marie Vandermolen.
All right, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. You may continue your direct examination.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning. Good morning. Ms. Vandermolen, we were talking yesterday, late in the day, about the incident in which Lyle came down to your room and told you about what was happening with him and his father. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that in 1976?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I have two additional exhibits I'd like to mark.
The next exhibit number is 168.
168, I'm marking 168, which is a class picture for Cherry Lane School, 1976-1977, and an individual photograph of Lyle Menendez, which I'll mark as 169. Ms. Vandermolen, showing you these two photographs. Do you recognize who that person is?
Yes, it's Lyle.
And does this appear to be the age that he was at the time that he made the complaint to you that you told us about?
Yes, pretty much.
After that incident, when is the next time you ever talked about it?
January of 1992.
And whom did you talk about it?
To yourself.
And where was this?
In Denver.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
When the boys were growing up, were they given any lessons regarding the importance of their family heritage?
Yes, they both were by both Kitty and Jose. Jose used to talk about the special heritage that they were descended from and their need to carry on that heritage and to live up to it. And also Kitty used to talk about the special family that we came from and the importance of it.
And was there any emphasis on particular future plans? You should contribute to humanity or be an artist, or what was the goal that was given for these boys in terms of what they should do with their life?
Above and beyond anyone else. That's as close as I can. It was.
Okay. And were things like money and houses and cars and friends important?
That was a given.
What do you mean that was a given?
That was what was going to be their future, was all of that. The status, the highest status, the highest, the biggest, the most.
And were these values that you saw reflected in the parents in front of the boys?
With everything they were doing, yes.
And were they given instructions regarding choosing friends and what kind of people were the right people to have as friends?
Yes, I remember specifically at it, the dinner table, Jose and Kitty telling the boys how sometimes they may not like it if they chose who they could spend time with or not, or who their schoolmates could be they could be friends with at school, but that they had to understand how important it was that these friends would become known by them, and their life would be influenced by them, and how important it was that they direct themselves, even from a very young age, to be with the right people.
And did Kitty and Jose seem to incorporate that in their own lifestyle as well?
Sustained.
Did Kitty and Jose ever talk about their own selection of friends in front of the boys? That is, the parents' friends?
Sustained.
Your sister testified yesterday that she had stayed with the Menendez family for part of a summer when you were there. Is that
In
correct?
1976.
And you are one of 5 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And did any of your other brothers or sisters stay at the Menendez house?
No.
And your cousin Alan, Brian Allen, but uses Alan,
Alan.
testified before you. Does he live in the same state as you?
No.
How long had it been since you had seen him before you saw him here this week?
It's been years.
In his years, 2 years or 5 years? Or?
I saw him in Princeton at the funeral, and prior to that, it had been when my son was born in 1984.
Do you talk to him regularly on the phone?
No, we do not.
And do you see your sister on a regular basis?
No, I do not.
You had told us yesterday about a friend of Erik's named Andy. Is
Yes.
that correct? And,
Also a cousin.
okay, and whose child is he?
Martes.
Okay, now, did Andy stay for months at a time as you did? Or would he just come and visit, or do you know?
There was one time when he came for a couple of weeks, I think it was, but generally, his visits were overnight visits once they moved into the area.
Do you remember an incident in 1983 in which Erik ran away?
Yes, the beginning of the summer in 1983.
And was there anything unusual about what happened?
There was, because he'd been gone for quite some time, and, okay.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this next in order.
170.
Thank you. Showing you it was marked as 170. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
That is a picture of Lyle and Erik in their canoe on the lake that they lived on.
Okay, now, was this a lake that was near their house?
Yes, their property bordered on the lake.
And you indicated that Erik ran away and there was a panic.
Yes.
And did the canoe have anything to do with it?
They, in looking for him,
They.
oh, I'm sorry, Kitty and Jose,
Okay.
discovered that the canoe was missing.
Okay. And what happened?
Jose took off in search of Erik and found him. They lived on the edge of the lake, and there was a creek that took off from there that fed into it. And Jose was gone for a while, and it was about dark when they got back, and Jose was furious, and Erik appeared to be crying. It was at the state of crying, if not crying still, and they were both soaking wet.
And were you ever told anything about what had happened?
Objection, calls for mixer.
You can answer that yes or no.
Was it ever explained to you what had happened?
Only where he had found him.
Okay. But not why he ran away or
No. No.
what had happened?
No.
You talked yesterday a little bit about Lyle and his stuffed animals.
Yes.
And did you see him interacting with the stuffed animals on all of your visits, or did it just happen during one of them?
Oops, sorry. On all of them.
Okay, so in your last visit when he was 14, he was still involved with the stuffed animals.
Yes.
And you said he would threaten Erik with Cookie Monster. Now, did he assault him with
No,
the animal?
it was a playful, joking, teasing type of interaction between the two of them.
And if Erik got mad at Lyle, would he take it out on the animals ever?
Yes.
What would he do?
He one time threw Cookie Monster out the window.
And was that very upsetting to Lyle?
Yes, it was.
When you were staying with them, did you ever have any discussions with Kitty about what your future was supposed to be?
She pretty much informed me what my future was going to be.
And was this done in front of the boys?
Yes.
And what was your future going to be?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Was she talking about your educational future, your career future?
Both.
Objection irrelevant, same.
Objection sustained.
Since you were living with the family, were some of the expectations that the boys experienced passed along to you?
Yes.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Was there ever an occasion in which Kitty, in front of the boys, lied about your academics?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did Kitty ever tell people in front of...
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. You've told us about observing situations in which Kitty appeared to be dominated by Jose and intimidated by him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that how she behaved with other people in front of the boys?
No.
And how would she behave with other people other than her husband?
She always gave the appearance of being in control and being the authority.
I'm sorry.
Of being the authority with the boys, with other people.
One more time.
Being the authority with the boys, with other people.
Thank you. Did she seem to have a strong personality?
Yes.
Counselor, speculation, move to strike.
Can you be more specific as to what you're referring to? Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Okay. Did she appear to have her own views and to express them without any reservation?
Yes.
At what time or in what interaction or
During
interrelationship?
any of your visits, did you observe her in the presence of the boys express strong opinions, have strong views?
Objection vague as to whether or not Mr. Menendez was there.
No, this is out of his presence, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yes, out of
All right.
his presence. Do you want me to ask you the question?
Yes, please.
Did you observe in any of your visits, and I will ask you which visits later, Kitty expressing strong views, being a dominant kind of person when Jose wasn't there?
Yes.
Now, was that an unusual occurrence, or was that what happened all the time?
That was how she was without him in her presence.
Okay. And was this during just one particular visit, or was it a pattern?
It was a pattern.
So it happened during all of the visits?
Yes.
Did she seem happy about having children?
No.
Did she talk to you about the damage children can do to a marriage?
Yes, she did.
Counselor here saying move to strike.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did she talk to you in front of the boys about the damage children can do to a marriage?
She told me that children drive a wedge between their man and his wife, or husband and wife.
Was that in front of the
Both.
defendants? Was that said in front of the defendants?
Both.
Did it happen on more than one occasion?
Yes.
When Jose would have, did he ever have a...
Wait, one second.
I didn't hear that last response at all, and I didn't hear the question.
Okay, let's have it read back.
Okay.
Question, did she talk to you in front of the boys about the damage children can do to a marriage? Answer, yes. She told me that children drive a wedge between a man and his wife, or a husband and wife. Report, was that in front of the defendants? Answer, both.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you ever have an occasion to have a conversation with Jose one-on-one the way that he would have those conversations with his sons?
There was one time when he was dropping me off on his way to work at the bus.
Motion to strike after.
Okay.
Will they answer our responses?
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Okay.
Was there a particular form of physical behavior that would take place when Jose was talking to someone?
Yes.
Objection irrelevant.
And did-
Strike.
Overruled.
Did you observe this when he was having conversations with his sons?
Yes.
And did that ever happen to you? Did he ever have conversations with you one-on-one where there was a physical sense?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for me what it was? How would he sit? How would he look?
First of all, the first thing that comes to my mind is that his head would look down at you, and that there was this sideways glance.
Would he be close to you? Or close to
He would
them?
turn his head into you, depending on where you were sitting, yes.
And would there be a difference depending upon who was speaking, whether he would look at you or look away? If you remember? Would he look at you?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When he was talking to you, would he look at you?
Judgment irrelevant.
Talking in general or specific instances or what?
Well, do you remember any specific instances
He would look away.
when he was talking to you or when you were talking to him? Have I confused you thoroughly?
Yes.
During a conversation, he would speak and say one of the boys would speak. Okay? When Jose was speaking to one of the boys, would he be looking at them?
Yes.
When the boys responded or when you responded, would he continue to look at you or would he look away?
Judgment irrelevant.
Let's confine it to conversations with the defendants.
Okay.
The form of the question.
If you saw.
Do you understand the question?
Yes. He would continue to look at them.
Okay. And was there something very intense about these conversations?
Judgment calls for conclusion on the part of the witness irrelevant.
Well, it's also vague. Objection sustained.
During the conversations you observed with the two boys, with Lyle and Erik, did the conversations appear to be of a lighthearted nature? People were joking, or did they appear to be very serious? How
No,
did they
it
appear?
was serious.
Well, objection sustained. The answer is stricken. Again, it's vague. We're talking about every conversation, what time frame, things of that nature.
During any of the visits, did you see one-on-one conversations between Jose and either of the boys?
Yes.
And did these occur on a regular basis?
Yes.
And when they occurred, were they always the same mood, or were there different types of conversations like this?
There were different types, but generally, in the context that we're talking about, they were serious, and the boys were intent on paying attention.
And was it the type of situation where you could interrupt or join in?
No.
Do you remember anything about a belt that was a particular object in that house of some importance?
Judgment asked and answered.
I haven't asked this witness about the belt, Your Honor.
I believe you have, but objection, if you have something else to go on with this witness, I'll permit you to explore it.
Well, do you remember you remember the belt?
Yes, I do.
What do you remember about the belt?
I remember seeing it always sitting doubled over. It was doubled over and then lapped over on the top of Jose's dresser.
Okay. Do you have any other memories of that belt?
Not at this moment.
You never saw it used on the boys. Is that correct?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. And punishment always took place behind closed doors, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you allowed to go down near the boys' rooms when Jose was in the room with his
Judgment
sons?
asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you think you were treated badly in the later visits that you had with this family?
Vague and conclusionary.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's foundational. When you left in 1983, were you still on good terms with the family?
I was extremely unhappy.
And did you ever ask to go back?
No, I did not.
And did you, after you left, engage in some activity which you thought would have met their approval?
Judgment irrelevant.
Sustained.
Was their approval of you important even long after you left?
Yes,
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
After 1983, when is the next time that you saw Lyle and Erik Menendez?
at the memorial service in 1989.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Wait, can I have the last question reread, please? Nothing answered this question.
Oh, yeah.
Please, may I have the
I've already asked it. Trust me.
Question, after 1983, when is the next time that you saw Lyle and Erik Menendez?
Thank you.
Right.
Your Honor, we do have the video, that 8mm has now been put on video. And
Okay, well, let's have the examination here first, and then we can come back to that. All right, is there any further direct examination on behalf of Erik Menendez?
No.
All right, cross-examination.
Ms. Vandermolen, I believe you've indicated that you had approximately 4 visits in the Menendez home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And the first one was 1976, and it was something I think you testified that you had been looking forward to.
Yes.
How would you categorize your stay that summer? Did you have a good time or a bad time, or was it mixed, or how was it?
That summer, it was a good time.
Okay. Were you treated well by Mrs. Menendez that summer?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Menendez? Did he treat you well?
I really did not develop a relationship, whether I can comment on that.
Was he around a lot during that summer that you recall?
He was frequently gone on trips, business trips, during that time.
And when he was gone on business trips, would that be during the week, or would it include weekends, or can you recall?
It's tough to recall. I remember that he was gone a lot that summer, and there was really not that much interaction between he and I that summer.
Now, your sister was with you that summer for a period of about 2 months, is that correct?
Yes.
Did your sister ever complain to you about not being happy there that summer?
Yes, a lot.
But you were happy, correct?
Yes.
And you went on trips during that summer?
Yes, we did.
To Washington, D.C. and to New York?
Right.
And did you have a close relationship with the defendants during that summer as well?
Yes.
Did you spend time with them?
We did things together.
Did you ever do things together with either one of the defendants without the parents being present? In other words, did you play with them or talk with them? Or?
Yes.
Okay. And so during that summer, you had a separate relationship with the defendants that did not always include the parents?
Yes.
Were you loving towards them?
Yes.
Did you ever hug them or kiss them or anything?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
All right. Then I believe when you left in August of 1976, you went home to where? Where did you?
To Arizona.
And then in the summer of 1978, from June the 1st until the 3rd week of September, you were again at the Menendez home, is that correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
All right. Between June 1st and the 3rd week of September of 1978, that was your second visit. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it was 2 summers after your first visit.
Yes.
Was that in the same house, or was that in a different house?
That was in a different house.
And was that the Princeton Junction house?
Yes, and then we moved into the Pennington house.
How would you categorize your stay during that summer?
It was more or less a working, Kitty had a carpet cleaning business that I was employed in, and we were also busy making decisions on the house that was being built in Pennington and moving into it.
All right, so you were actually employed that summer, is that correct?
Yes.
And what year were you born in?
1959.
So you were being paid, is that correct?
Yes, I was working approximately 20 hours a week.
Now, when you returned that second time in the summer of 1978, were you looking forward to going back?
Yes.
Then I believe the third time you stayed was the following summer, but it was only for 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Correct.
During your second visit, how would you categorize your time there? Did you have keeping in mind that you were working, did you still have a good time, or did you have a bad time, or?
I'm pretty neutral on how I felt either way.
All right, now between the summer of '76 and the summer of '78, did you have any other contact with the Menendez family? In other words, did you ever visit or speak with them on the phone or anything like that?
I spoke with them on the phone, yes.
Were you invited back for the summer of '78?
Yes.
And at the time that you were invited back, did you know that you would be working in the carpet cleaning business?
I don't believe I did.
Who paid your way from Arizona to Princeton? Do you recall the second summer?
My mother probably paid it. It would have either been myself or my mother.
And you were about 19 years old that summer, is that correct?
Yes.
Then the third week, I believe, when you went to the third summer when you went in 1979, did you go with a friend?
Yes.
And were you invited that time?
We asked if we could come, and we were told yes.
And that was a girlfriend of yours named Karen?
Yes.
And the Menendezes allowed you to come and stay for a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Now, during the first, the second, or the third summer, did you ever get charged rent or anything like that?
No.
You were a guest?
Yes.
The third summer, did you have a nice time while you were there, the 2 weeks? 1979, when you were with Karen.
Yes. Does housekeeping and gardening and so forth qualify for rental purposes?
Well, so you were asked to do chores. Is that correct?
To the nth degree.
And was that all the 3 times that we've been talking about?
Yes, increasingly so with each visit.
Okay, and by the summer of 1979, you were 20 years old. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then your last visit occurred from June of '82 until July of '83. Is that correct?
June of '82 to July of '83, yes.
All right. And at that time, you were more than just a summer house guest, correct?
Correct.
You were living there?
Yes.
And that was considered your residence during that period of time, correct?
Yes, it was.
Were you working?
I was working and going to school and maintaining the housekeeping and gardening and chauffeuring of the children.
Okay. Was it your understanding when you went to live there that you would be required to do chores and housekeeping and things like that?
I anticipated helping. If I may answer fully,
Sure.
They had a housekeeper that came 2 days a week that was cut back to 1/2 day upon my arrival. I was required to do all the maintenance around the yard work, which was a large yard, and also work full-time and be responsible for taking the children to a lot of their tennis practices in Northeast Philadelphia after they got out of school, and also going to school.
Now, by the summer of 1982, when you arrived, had the family atmosphere changed from the first time you'd been there?
Yes, it had.
Okay. Why didn't you leave?
When I first arrived, I had no vehicle, and I'm not the type of person to give up, and I wanted to try to make something work of this, and I wanted to try to live back east. And it took me several months to I had 5 major goals, and it took me, which involved getting a car, getting money, getting a job, getting back into school, and so forth, and I was accomplishing those. And as soon as I was able, I moved out.
All right, so you weren't happy there, but you stayed anyway, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, going back to the summer of 1976, I believe you've indicated during that time period that the defendants were engaged in sporting activities, is that correct?
Yes.
And the father engaged in those activities with them in terms of either coaching them or taking them, is that correct?
Yes.
And the mother as well?
Yes.
Were you ever included in any of the sporting activities?
No, I was not.
While you were staying there during any of these 4 visits, did anyone ever hit you?
No.
Did you ever see either of the defendants hit by either of their parents during any of those 4 visits?
I saw Kitty shake Lyle physically
How many times?
a few in 1982-83 visit.
Prior to that time, had you seen either one of the defendants hit by their mother or their father?
I do not recall.
Did Mrs. Menendez appear to be under more stress as the years went on?
Yes, she did.
And was her behavior different around her husband than it was around you when you were alone?
Yes.
Did she appear to have an equal relationship with her husband, or was there an inequality that you could see?
He was final authority in the household. She tried her best to stand her ground.
I believe you indicated that her personality when she wasn't around her husband is that she had opinions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. With her husband, was she equally as strong-willed or opinionated?
She had definite opinions, but his was the final word.
And so she would acquiesce to him, is that correct? She would give in to him?
Yes.
In 1976, when you were there the first time, you had a good time, and then in 1978, you still had a good time, except you were working, correct?
Right. Well, my relationship with Kitty was more or less it was real busy, and we just were constantly on the go, all of us.
And did you get along with her during the summer of '78?
I would say for the most part, but there was a lot of frustration already building within her that made it tough to feel close to her.
Were you sad when she died?
Yes.
Now, you've testified, and I've asked you as well about the fact that there was a lot of emphasis placed on sports. Is that correct in this family?
Yes.
Were Lyle and Erik good tennis players that you could see?
Yes.
And did they also appear to be able to speak on different topics? In other words, were they able to converse on different kinds of intellectual topics?
No, I object to the form of the question using they.
Okay, did Lyle Menendez appear to be able to speak on certain intellectual topics with his father in your presence?
Yes.
How about Erik Menendez?
Yes, although the more emphasis was given to Lyle regarding those things.
The ferret that you've identified in one of the photographs, was that a family pet?
Yes, it was.
Do you know whose responsibility it was to look after the ferret in terms of cleaning up after it?
It's hard to say because the ferret pretty much had run in the house.
Well, during that period of time, was it part of your housekeeping duties to keep track of the ferret?
I think Kitty and I pretty much would be the ones that ended up picking it up.
Were there any other pets in the home during any of the 4 times that you stayed there?
Tristess.
Okay, Tristess?
Yes.
Tristess for the court reporter. Does that sound right?
Tristess.
Again, what was Tristess?
Tristess was a medium shorter dog that they had for 17 years.
And do you know when it was that Tristess died, approximately?
Tristess died during my 82-83 visit, somewhere in the middle.
So she was there during all your visits, right?
Yes.
Now, I believe you indicated that there was an incident you recall from 1976 where Lyle Menendez came to you and wanted to sleep with you. Is that correct?
Sleep in the same bedroom.
Right, and you've indicated that it was because that he made some comment to you about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think your testimony is that the first time you told anyone about it, except for Kitty Menendez, was in January of 1992.
Correct.
Did you ever go to the county jail and speak with either of the defendants before talking to the defense attorneys about that statement in 1992?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Okay. I believe it was January of 92 is the first time you told anyone else about that statement.
Correct.
After it occurred.
Yes.
Okay. prior to talking to the defense attorneys about that statement, before you talked to them, had you been to the county jail to visit either of the two defendants?
Yes.
Did you talk to them about it at that time?
No, I have not.
Okay. What prompted you to mention it during your talk with the defense attorneys in 1992?
Because I saw that it possibly was relevant.
Were you asked specifically a question about that?
No.
Okay. You volunteered it?
Yes.
Okay. And when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them that all you knew was that he, meaning Lyle, made some comment about Jose and touching?
What I stated was what I stated yesterday, and I have not seen what has been written regarding
All right.
that.
May I approach, please, Your Honor? Yes. Referring to page 4 of the interview of January the 15th of 1992. Okay, I'm going to ask you to read everything that's in yellow, okay? It goes over to the next page. Let me pull this out.
This appears to be a paraphrasing and a summation of what I said, but not my exact words.
All right. The report doesn't indicate anything about you gesturing towards your genitals. Is that correct?
This does not, no,
All right. And in the
although I did.
all right, all right. So you did, but the report doesn't reflect that. That's correct, right?
Correct.
And as far as on the second page, page 5 of this, it says Diane said that she really was never sure what that was all about. And whenever she had suspicious thoughts about it, she just convinced herself that she had misunderstood or that maybe she wasn't remembering it correctly. Okay, is that what you told the defense attorneys?
Let me read this again.
Okay.
I believe that I was never sure what that was all about in reference to Kitty's reaction, and that,
Well, let me ask you.
and that when I had misunderstood that, that's a paraphrasing of me saying that I was incorrect, that I was wrong.
Okay, that you misunderstood Kitty's reaction, or you misunderstood what Lyle had indicated to you?
Basically, that I had misjudged the whole situation, and that I didn't want to think about it.
Now, after you heard about, or after this was told to you in 1976, you went back to the Menendez household 3 more times, correct?
Yes.
Even though you were suspicious about what had happened in 1976.
Objection argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
Did you, when you went back to the house on the 3 subsequent occasions, did you just put that out of your mind, what had happened?
Yes, exactly.
Now, may I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Why don't we set up the video equipment, since it's going to be played during the further direct examination, and then we'll have the jury come out.
You know what I'd like to do, though, Your Honor? I haven't seen the video. I don't know what the quality is. I only saw the film. I had the video made last night. And I understand the VCRs in the hallway. What I'd like to do, but I don't know if I have the court's permission, is just go into the hallway, plug in the VCR.
No, as I said, we're going to set it up, so we'll do that now.
Okay, good.
Your Honor, I have a suggestion. Since Ms. Lansing wants to reopen, can she go ahead and just reopen, play this, do the other stuff she wants to do, and then I'll continue to cross?
All right, that's fine with me.
2.5 minutes.
All right, well, let's get see if we can get the sheriff to help us with the video equipment, or Detective Zoller or somebody, and then we
How's the
can
quality? Did you see it?
proceed with counsel looking at the tape for a moment to see if it's adequate, and then we'll proceed.
Just, no, not with the
Nobody's going to set that.
Is the VCR
Yesterday we got
Rectified the problem. Every once in a while we get it. Now it's all right. That's it.
All right, how are we doing?
It looks okay, Judge. I think we can rewind it. I think it'll be all right.
All right, council have approved the video cassette. Now let's proceed and get the juries out so we can start up with the trial.
Your Honor, with regard to location, I'm not sure that the jury in the audience is going to be able to see.
Well, they'll have to make sure as it is, and if it's received as an exhibit, then if they want to have it replayed, they can do it at that time.
Your Honor, Mr. Clariana and I can move over maybe once in a while.
You want to move over, but just leave it right where it is.
No, I'm not good at these things.
All right, let's get the juries in place. Okay, we have one jury in, and the next is about to arrive. Before they do, let me ask jury here, the blue jury, what I've asked before as to whether or not anyone has been exposed to anything about this case in any form whatsoever outside of the courtroom since the trial has begun, other than what you've already told me. If you have, would you raise your hand? Okay, nobody has. All right. Okay, and now the other jury is in the courtroom as well. And let me ask the gold jury the same question I've asked the blue jury, what I've been asking everyone throughout the trial, whether any of you have been exposed to anything about this case outside of the courtroom in any form whatsoever since the trial began, other than what you might have already told me. If you have, would you raise your hands? Anybody? Okay. All right, nobody has. All right, let's resume with the witness's testimony. If you'd get back on the witness stand, please. All right, and we'll break off the cross-examination for the moment to permit the defense to pick up on a couple matters that they forgot to deal with during earlier examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Van der Molen, were there two incidents which occurred during your 1982-83 visits which are difficult for you to talk about?
Yes.
You know which two I'm referring to.
Yes, I do.
Do you remember which event occurred first?
I do not, no.
Can you tell me about them one at a time? Was there one that took place in the basement?
Yes. We were downstairs playing
Who was
around.
we?
Oh, Lyle and Erik and I. And it started out as just exaggerated play. We were all wrestling around, and somehow or another, in a very rapid transition, they began. We were wrestling, and before I knew it, they were tying me up, and they got me down to my bra, with me screaming and them being very frantically doing what they were doing.
And did they stop then?
Yes, they did. It stopped at that point.
And is this embarrassing to you?
Yes.
And was there another incident that happened in front of the television set?
Yes, with Lyle and I.
And was this in the morning, the afternoon, the evening? When was it?
It was at nighttime.
He was 14 years old at this time. Is that right?
Yes,
14,
approximately.
What room were you in?
We were in the TV room, the family room that's off the kitchen.
Was anybody else there at the time?
Erik was upstairs in his bed asleep, as far as we knew.
And where were Kitty and Jose?
They were out for the evening.
And where in the TV room were you and Lyle?
We were both laying down watching a movie right in front of the TV.
And were you lying next to each other?
Yes, parallel to each other.
And what happened?
Without any words being spoken, Lyle climbed on top of me and began fondling my breasts.
And what did you do?
I froze because I had no
Were you surprised?
idea how to handle this because I was surprised. I didn't invite it, provoke it, entice it. It just came.
Yeah. And what did you do? Did you stop it?
Yes, I did. It stopped.
Did you yell at him or move?
And I believe I just moved, and he knew that
Did
to
that
stop.
Okay. And did it ever happen again?
No.
You testified earlier that you used to watch when the boys were taken to the swimming pool and Jose would teach them how to swim. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you present at the time when the family would film these training sessions?
Yes.
Okay. And would it just be them swimming back and forth and diving and repeating the same behavior over and over?
They practiced diving and kick strokes and proper arm strokes.
Okay. And how long would these sessions last?
It could go on for an afternoon session. You know, it was serious coaching on behalf of Jose, coaching the boys since he was a professional swimmer or semi.
When you say go on for an afternoon, are you talking about the whole afternoon, like from 12 to 4? Or are you talking about 2 hours, or do you have an?
I don't recall exactly how long, but that it would be an afternoon worth of practicing this.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I have a video I'd like to show at this point in time, and we need to mark it as the next in order.
All right.
Are you gonna? Yeah, please.
All right, then if it is ready, it can be played at this time. All right, if anybody has difficulty seeing it, if this is received as an exhibit later in the trial, then it would be in the jury room, and the jury would be able to see it as well at that point. All right, the tape has been played.
Your Honor, I believe it to be a stipulation that this is a film that was made during 1980 of Lyle and Erik in the swimming training sessions.
Is that stipulated by both defendants?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any further examination of the witness?
No. Ms. Van Allen, did you recognize
Yes.
the people in that film?
Yes.
Who did you see?
Jose and Lyle and Erik.
All right, did you have further cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, I have your 6 pieces of paper. I'd like to mark them collectively as Exhibit 172.
172.
I vote, please.
Yes.
Ms. Vandermolen, I will show you 6 pieces of paper and ask if you recognize these slips. They're Exhibit 172 for the record. Recognize them?
Yes.
And are these visitor slips that you filled out to visit both of the defendants, each one 3 times in 1991?
Yes, Maria and I.
All right, on one occasion it appeared.
Could we move the microphone?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, why don't you get yourself settled?
And I didn't hear the answer. That was for more than just your visit? Someone else was with you?
Yes, Maria,
Maria?
the boy's grandmother.
Was that on each of the 6 visits?
I was staying with her at the Calabasas house the week that I came out with my son. And we brought my son, she and I and my son came out because the boys had met my son, they didn't know he existed until '89. So it was important to me to bring him. She drove me, and to the best of my recollection, on one visit, I know she came in because she had my son stay with a woman that she had made acquaintance with while visiting them herself.
Okay, could I ask you another question, please?
Uh-huh.
All right, did you have private visits with either or both of the defendants, or were you always with someone else on these 6 separate occasions? Do you know?
Marie and I both went, and sometimes she came in, sometimes she stayed out.
All right. Do you remember what month it was in 1991 that you had these visits?
In June.
All right, and they are not dated, but one of them has a date of June the 11th of 1991 stamped on the back. Does that refresh your memory as to about what date it was?
Sure.
What were the 3 days, if you recall?
That week, I guess, it appears June 9th, June 11th, and June 12th.
Now, I believe you just testified when Ms. Lansing just started asking you questions again, that two incidents occurred during your 1982-1983 visit. Is that correct?
Yes.
When was it that you told anyone on the defense about those visits? Do you remember?
I think that they asked me if I recalled them, to the best of my...
When you told the defense attorney, who was it you told? Let me ask you that.
Jill Lansing, to the best of my knowledge.
And was that before the January 15th, 1992 discussion?
I don't recall.
Well, you told Ms. Lansing about these two
We discussed it on the January 1992 visit. Yes, that's when we discussed it.
You discussed it then?
Yes.
Okay. And if I were to show you the report and there's nothing in the report about that, would that refresh your memory as to when you told her?
I'm going to get this vague. I'm not sure which incident she's talking about.
All right, why don't
Okay.
you clarify exactly what it is you're referring
Okay.
to?
I'm referring to the two incidences that you just testified about, the one where you were tied up and the one where Lyle Menendez crawled on top of you. Okay, those two incidences, when was it that you first told the defense about them?
I do not remember.
How many interviews did you have with the defense attorneys in this case?
I interviewed with them in January, and I've interviewed with them since I've been here.
And so January of '92 was the first time? Excuse me, Your Honor, I believe Ms. Lansing's shaking her head.
All right, your question, please.
Do you remember when the first time was that you talked to the defense attorneys?
I spoke with them prior to their coming out in January of 1992.
And when you spoke to them prior to them coming out in January of '92, was that over the phone or in person?
Both.
So
I'm, I think there was one time when I was here in June
and
that I met with Jill.
And was that the June that's represented by the slips that I just showed you?
Yes.
So that would have been June of '91, correct?
Yes.
And during the June of '91 visit, it was then that you told them about the incidents about being tied up and having Lyle crawl on you. Is that correct?
Possibly.
Okay. Why
I don't recall exactly when we discussed it.
Why didn't you tell them about the incident in 1976 with Lyle wanting to sleep with you when you first met with him in June of '91?
She never testified.
Objection overruled. Objection overruled.
Yeah.
Your Honor, what are the grounds, please?
I'm sorry?
What were the grounds?
That you mischaracterized
Okay,
sleeping.
all right. When Lyle wanted to come down and spend the night with you, and that happened in 1976, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You'd sleep in the same bedroom.
Right, and you told us why. Now, you also indicated the first time you told anyone about that was in January of '92, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been at least your second interview with the defense attorneys, correct?
He's missing, yes.
Because you also met with him 6 months earlier, or 7 months earlier, in June of 91.
Correct.
And is it your recollection now that it was June of 91 that you told them about the sexual incident with you being tied up and Lyle crawling on top of you?
We discussed it, possibly I did not tell them. They asked me if I remembered something about it. We didn't go into any detail.
All right. During that conversation, did you tell them about what had happened in 1976 with Lyle wanting to sleep with you?
No, I did not.
Why not?
It was something that I had held within me for a long time, had not thought about. I did not know the defense. I did not know anything about the case at that point. We were talking in generalities about who my family members were when I had been out there.
Did you find out something about the defense that caused you to bring forth this information in January of 92?
I believe I told Jill on the phone when I knew that they were
When you
coming.
say Jill, who are you referring to?
Jill Lansing, I'm sorry. That there was something that I wanted to discuss with them when they came out.
And that was prior to the January 92 interview, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, had you learned something about what the defense would be that prompted you to recall or to tell this?
In the course of our interview, yes, there was something.
And is that what...
And I don't recall what it was that was said to me at this point.
But something was said to you by Ms. Lansing, is that correct?
Yes.
And that prompted you to tell her the information?
Yes.
And that was the first time then since you talked to Mrs. Menendez about it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now the incidences that occurred in 1983 where you were tied up, I want to ask you about that one first. At the time you were approximately 23 years old, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time the defendants were approximately 12 and 15?
They were either 11 and 14 or 12 and 15.
And they were able to tie you up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were they strong?
The entire incident started out in a playful manner, so that by the time they were tying me up, it was in a very rapid, it transitioned from being playful to embarrassing for me. And by the time it had made the transition to being embarrassing, the two of them were already in the process of having me tied up and so forth.
Were they doing it together?
Yes.
Both of them?
Yes.
And what were you doing right before it turned from being playful into serious?
Overruled.
What were you doing with them?
We,
Vegas time, I don't know, talking about that afternoon.
All right, be a little more specific, please.
What activity were you engaging in with them that turned from playful into something more serious?
I don't know that I was doing anything specific. At the moment that it turned from playful to serious or embarrassing, it was never... It was embarrassing on my part. It was never serious on their part. It was more of a frenzy-type moment that they transitioned into, and I stopped it at that point.
Okay, well, what were you doing right before this incident started? Were you watching TV? Were you wrestling? Were you playing Monopoly? What were you doing?
We began by having playful wrestling.
The three of you?
Yeah.
And they were adolescents at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the other incident, did that occur before or after? The incident where Lyle crawled on top of you. Was that after you were tied up or before?
I do not recall.
Did you ever report either of these incidences to anyone?
No, I did not.
Was the first time that you talked about them with anyone when you mentioned them to the defense attorneys in June of 91?
Yes.
And at the time that Lyle Menendez crawled on top of you, he was an adolescent, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were approximately
23.
at the time.
Yes.
And you had been living in the house for quite a period of time when this occurred, is that correct?
Yes.
What did Mrs. Menendez look like when she was proud of her children? What kind of smile did she exhibit?
Oh, when she was proud of her children?
Yes.
It was similar to when she got angry, only it would be a smile instead of a grimace.
All right, so
when she would go like this and she'd go like this.
All right, so she would smile the same way that she would express displeasure, is that correct? In a similar type of way?
Her body movements would sit back rather than come towards you, and it would be the same clenched teeth, only it would be in a smile instead of like that, but her arms would come out to the side and she would put her arms in fists, or her hands in fists.
I believe you indicated on your direct examination that you recall an incident where Erik ran away from home. That's how you characterized it? Did he run away from home?
I know that he was missing. He was gone when he shouldn't have been.
Do you remember having described it earlier as the boat was missing and Erik searching for the boat?
No.
Okay, do you remember, was there another incident where the boat was missing and Erik went to look for it?
I don't recall.
May I approach, please?
Yes.
Ms. Vandermolen, have you seen any notes of the interviews that you had with the defense attorneys before testifying today?
Not for a long time.
I'm going to show you this right here, just that one sentence, and ask you if that refreshes your memory.
Can I ask counsel what she's referring to?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Just a second, I have to tell the attorney something. It's the supplemental notes, January the 15th. The 5th page, the 2nd paragraph from the bottom. All right, so if the characterization is that you remember the boat being missing and Erik searching for it, would that be an incorrect characterization of what your recollection is?
Yes.
Okay, so it's your recollection here today that rather than the boat being missing, it was Erik running away?
It was Erik missing, the canoe was missing, and Erik was found with the canoe.
Okay. Were there any times during the 4 times that you visited that you ever saw laughing and gaiety and lightheartedness?
Yes.
All right, could you describe which visit that was during and what that compromised? Or comprised, pardon me.
There were moments throughout each of the visits, more so in the earlier visits than in the later visit. Generally surrounding an accomplishment that would be enjoyed for the moment.
Did you ever see the family get in bed together and talk, and the parents would be there and the kids would get in and you'd come and join? Did that ever happen?
The boys would join Kitty in the bed if Jose was not at home, and we would talk for a while until it was bedtime, and then I would get ready to go downstairs, and that would be when they would discuss whose turn it was to sleep with Kitty if Jose was not home. When Jose was home, I recall Jose gathering in the den with the boys until it was about bedtime. To the best of my knowledge, I can't picture all 4 of them.
All right, if I showed you a report, do you think it might refresh your recollection?
I'll show it to counsel first.
Okay. Does this refresh your recollection that when Jose was home, the boys and their parents would be on the bed laughing and you saw gaiety and lightheartedness? Does that refresh your memory?
I'm not sure that those are my exact words, but
Is the sentiment correct?
the den is adjoining the bedroom, so perhaps that's a blend of the two things that I was saying.
I believe you indicated on direct examination that Erik Menendez and his cousin Andy were friendly. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And on several occasions, did Andy spend the night at the Menendez home?
Yes.
And did he appear to be an invited guest in the Menendez home?
Yes.
Okay. And did Erik appear to have a close relationship with his cousin?
Yes.
Now, did you see this occur, during which visit was it that you saw Erik close with his cousin Andy?
By the last visit, Marta and her children were living in the area, so I know it occurred then. There was an earlier visit where he was by himself staying in the home, and I'm not sure exactly when that was and for how long.
When you say by himself, what do you mean?
He was a temporary guest in the home.
All right, so prior to the summer of '82 and '83, Andy Cano came and stayed as a guest just as you had, is that correct?
Yes, not for as long of a duration, though.
Do you remember about how long?
I can't tell you.
And then during '82 and '83, Andy Cano's family lived close by and he was there frequently, would that be correct?
He made several visits to the house. I can't tell you how frequently they were.
May I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Okay. In the situation that you described that occurred where you were tied up by the brothers, what did they tie you up with?
I don't recall.
And did they tie you to something, or did they just tie your hands together? How did that occur?
My hands were tied together.
Was that in front of...
I don't remember specifics because of the embarrassment involved with it. It's hard for me to recall specifically what took place, and I can't tell you specifics about it.
Okay, were you alone in the house with them at the time?
I would imagine so.
Okay, and after you, at some point you got...
We were in the basement by ourselves, so I can answer you that.
And they got do you had a top on? Did they get your top off?
I don't know that they took it all the way off, but it was unbuttoned, revealing my bra.
And that was the end? Did they take off your bra?
No.
Right. And how did you get them to stop?
By insistence.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Ms. Vandermeulen, you were asked about visiting at the jail.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
How many times have you been out here in California since Erik and Lyle were arrested?
Then and now.
And how long were you out for then?
Oh, approximately 1 week.
And this was June of '91?
Yes.
And you said you had your son with you?
Yes, I did.
And how old is your son?
He is now 9 years old.
And you were staying at a home in Calabasas with the boy's grandmother, Maria?
Yes, I was.
Now, when you went to visit at the jail, how did you get there?
Maria drove me.
And your son went with you?
Yes, he did.
On each visit? Or on some?
On some of the visits. I don't recall if he was there every time. I guess he would have been there because the times that he didn't see, wasn't able to, then he stayed with that woman. So.
Okay. Now, when you visit at the jail, do you speak to someone face to face, or is there something dividing you?
We speak through a glass on the telephone.
Okay. And do you have any information about whether those this is in the jail, I take it? Is that right?
Yes.
Does this take place in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And there are sheriffs all around?
Yes.
And there are other people visiting?
Yes.
Now, if you were visiting either Lyle or Erik, would they be seated directly in front of you?
They'd be across from me in a chair
Okay, and
with
there'd
a
be
phone.
a glass partition?
And a glass partition between the two of us.
And would there be other people who were in jail seated on both sides of them?
Yes.
And how close do they sit? Are they 10 feet apart, or?
No, I mean between the people who are in jail?
Yes.
There's just about this much space, and then the next person would be right here.
Okay, so indicating you're on approximately 4 feet?
It's like more like 3 feet.
3 feet? Okay. So they're about 3 feet, and there are people who are in jail on both sides of them?
Yes.
And just 2 or 3 in an area, or would there be a larger number?
It depends on how many people had been called out for a visit.
Okay, but usually would there be?
But there was always some other people that they'd be called out with.
Okay. And the side that you're seated on, is it set up similarly? So there would be visitors?
For
close
each,
to you?
yes, for each person who was being visited, there was another person across through the glass that was talking to them.
And sometimes would there be more than one person visiting somebody?
Yes.
How many people can come in at a time?
I don't know. I know that you can go in 2 or 3 at least, or 4 since we've now had 4.
Okay. And when you talk on the phone this way, how long are the visits?
Generally, half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour.
Now, after you visited with them, meaning Lyle and Erik, you gave the information to me that we're discussing here today in January of '91. Is that correct?
Objection,
'92. I'm sorry.
objection, mistakes in testimony.
Sustained.
Okay. Did
I didn't hear
you
the question.
did you see me again after you were here in California in June?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
January of 1992.
And do you remember whether you gave me this information in person or on the phone? Do you
I-
recall?
Objection today was to one information.
Sustained.
The information about what happened in the basement with Lyle and his father.
I told you in person.
So the next time you would have seen me would have been 7 months after you were visiting the boys in the jail. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked if you had a good time in 1976 when you were visiting. Were you made to feel special then?
Yes, I was.
Did you get a lot of attention from Kitty?
A lot, yeah.
And did she have some particular interest in your appearance and your behavior?
She helped me to lose weight, which was important to me at the time. And she drove me to get my first driver's license. She introduced me to my first boyfriend. We made trips to places that are nationally known and so forth.
So that was a good time?
Yes.
Did you ever get that kind of attention or caring from her again?
No, in all honesty, no.
And you were asked if you were a guest in the home. Did you always have chores to do?
Yes, there were always chores. In the last visit, it was overwhelming.
Okay, now, when it would be chores, would it be just a matter of, gee, would you mind doing the breakfast dishes, or would the projects be larger than that?
No, I was responsible for cleaning the entire house and chauffeuring the boys, I'd say pretty much daily in the evenings and sometimes to school, and taking care of whatever yard work there was needing to be done. And
You were asked if it was your responsibility to clean up the ferret. Do you remember that?
yes, I remember the question.
And did you try to clean up after the ferret?
While cleaning, yes, if I saw it. There wasn't any specific place to clean it up, so it's hard for me to recall.
Well, was it in every room, the ferret droppings, were they in every room of the house, or did the ferret just have access to 1 or 2 rooms, or
In the ferret roamed the house.
did he get in cabinets and under
Yes.
beds and all sorts of...
Yeah, I mean, he'd show up all over the place.
How big was he?
Okay, let's move on to something else.
Okay.
You said, you were asked about the reference in the report, my wording, that you felt you had misjudged the situation with regard to the incident in the basement.
The action assumes facts not evidence that it's her word.
Rephrase the question.
I'm sorry, I
Rephrase the question.
I didn't hear what the objection was.
As to the wording, as you've misstated the evidence.
You've told us about an incident that occurred between Lyle and his father in the basement, in which Lyle told you that they had been touching each other. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there was, you said that you thought you had misjudged the situation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Since it was never discussed again, and due to Kitty's reaction, I took the responsibility for the way the whole thing was handled.
Well, when you told her what you thought had happened, did she seem to think that your assessment of the situation was correct or that it was ridiculous? Did she respond in a way that showed you that she took what you had to say seriously?
No, she did not.
How did she respond?
Overall,
How did she respond?
There's a way when she does not believe you, she shakes her head and it's just like in utter that the whole thing is absurd. And then she walked out, and that's when she went and got Lyle.
And how old were you at this time?
17.
And was Kitty someone whose opinion affected you?
Yes.
I have nothing else.
all right, did you want to be excused? Okay. All right, we'll excuse Mr. Lyle Menendez then. It's all right, stand behind the court reporter over here and then face the court clerk, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Take your stand and state your name for the record.
Andres Cano, A-N-D-R-E-S-C-A-N-O.
Mr. Connor, you have to pull the mic so it's facing directly at you.
Okay.
And we fixed it so it doesn't matter how close
All
you
right.
get. Okay. Are you usually referred to as Andy Cano?
Yes, I am.
Where were you born, Mr. Cano?
I was born in Livingston, New Jersey,
Where were you raised in your earliest childhood years?
Puerto Rico.
And who did you live in Puerto Rico with?
My mother and my father.
You're a little too far from the microphone.
Okay.
Okay. And your mother is who?
Marta Cano.
And was José Menendez your uncle?
Yes, he was.
You have
And
to speak up also.
Okay.
Your mic doesn't pick up your voice.
Okay.
takes a few minutes to get used to where
Yeah.
you should be. And are you therefore first cousin to Erik and Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I am.
At some point, did your family, you and your mother, your brother and sisters, move back to New Jersey?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall approximately how old you were when your family moved to New Jersey?
Well, I would have been 6 years old. It was in '79.
And at the time when you and your family moved to New Jersey, were your parents separated and or divorced?
Yes, they were. I believe they got divorced right after I moved there. I'm not sure.
Now, currently, Mr. Kano, what do you do for a living?
Well, I'm a student, a full-time student.
And where do you go to school?
UCF, which is University of Central Florida in Orlando.
And have you been and are you still athletic?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
Yes, I am.
And what is your sport?
Soccer.
And do you you play soccer, I take it? You're on teams?
Yes, I am.
Do you also teach it and coach it?
Yes, I do.
Overall.
When you were 6 years old and your family moved to New Jersey, did you play soccer then?
I believe I started when I was 7 years old. I didn't play in Puerto Rico, no, but once I went to New Jersey, yes, I started.
And were you aware of whether or not your cousin Erik Menendez also played soccer?
Yes, he did.
Were you aware of other sports that that your cousin Erik was involved in?
Well, later on he became involved in tennis, but that's all I know.
Now, did you form a friendship with your cousin Erik Menendez?
Yes.
Approximately how old were you and how old was he when the two of you became friends?
Well, I was probably 7 years old when we really became friends, but I had met him previously.
Had you visited with your cousin Erik Menendez's family while you were still living in Puerto Rico?
Yes, I did.
Had you seen him and his parents and his brother at family gatherings over different times of the year while you were still living in Puerto Rico?
I don't remember if we came up or not.
Okay. Once you moved back to the mainland, did you see more of him?
Yes.
Now, would you, from time to time, ever stay over at Erik and Lyle's house?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall basically whether there was a pattern to this? I mean, what types of days, what days of the week would you stay over?
It was mostly on the weekends.
And do you know over what age, your age, would you stay over at Erik and Lyle's house?
Well, it varied between ages. I would say between my ages of 8 and 10 years old was the times that I most often was able to go over his house.
And after that, it was less frequent?
That's right.
When you were 10 years old, how old was Erik?
He was 12 and a half. That's right.
Now, were there occasions when your cousin Erik ever stayed at your house?
Very few times. I can only recall one.
Do you recall a time when your cousin Erik was playing at your house where in the course of your time together he told you something you had not heard before?
Yes, I do.
And can you first tell us where were you guys physically when this play began?
Okay, what I recall is this. Like I said before, this is one of the few times that he was able to come to my house for any activities. And this particular time, I remember it being winter time, and there were fields behind my house, agricultural fields. And it would be a field and then a strip of woods, and then there would be another field and another strip of woods and so on. And we were back in the fields.
Okay, and you were playing some kind of game in the fields behind your house?
That's right. We had toy guns, and we were pretending like we were running from an army. We would play war games pretty often.
What was the name of this particular game? Do you remember?
Well, I just remember we were running from the Russians. I don't know if to call it that game or not, but
that's what you were pretending?
That's what we were pretending at the time.
And at some point while you were pretending to run from the Russians, did something happen that made the two of you take cover or hide?
Yes.
What happened?
Okay. There was a farmer that owned the fields, I guess, and I had heard stories from other neighborhood kids and so on that he was pretty mean to people that passed by the fields or would play in the fields. And that time there was a helicopter, and we thought that it was him. And
A
the
helicopter, you mean, was flying?
was flying over us, and it seemed very close to us. And we thought for sure that it was the farmer spotting people on the fields. And I was very scared, and I definitely told him about it, so we started running.
And where did you get to?
Well, we got to the woods, and then we decided that we were going to run. We were going to split up, and then we were going to run to a tree in another patch of woods, a couple fields afterwards that we both knew about, and we were going to run and meet at the tree.
Okay, and did you run and meet at the tree?
Yes, we did.
And did you spend some time at the tree hiding from the farmer?
Yes.
And during the time that you were at the tree hiding from the farmer, did Erik begin a conversation with you?
Yes.
And do you recall how the conversation began?
Well, yes, I do.
Okay, would you tell us how it began?
He asked me if my dad ever gave me massages.
And did you understand at that point what he meant?
No, I didn't.
And do you recall basically what your response to him was?
Well, at that point, I got the feeling, I'm sure he let me know this, but he was actually trying to find out if any of these massages were normal. And my response to him was that I wouldn't know. I didn't have a father around. My parents were divorced then. And I really couldn't help him.
Let me ask you this. He asked you whether your father gave you massages.
That's right.
Did you said he was trying to find out if it was normal. Was there something else he told you about the massages? Like where they were?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What did he say about where the massages were?
Well, he told me his father was massaging his dick.
He used that word?
Yes, he did.
And he was asking you some kind of question about this kind of behavior?
Seemed like he was reaching out to me.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
See if we can reconstruct this, Mr. Conner. First he asked you, does your dad give you massages? Something like that.
That's right.
And then do you ask him anything, like what kind of massages? What do you mean by massages?
I'm sure I did.
And then he tells you that he's talking about his dad massages his dick or does something to his dick, is what he tells you?
That's right.
So then does he ask you again, does this happen to you or anything like that?
Yes, at that point, we were both trying to figure out whether what was happening to him was normal. He
Okay.
wanted to know that if this happened to every kid with a father and son relationship, and I couldn't help him. I didn't have a father around.
So you said, I don't know, my dad's not here?
That's right.
Okay.
Said something to that effect.
Okay. And what else is said, as best you can remember, in the course of this particular conversation?
Well, what I do remember very specifically was him asking me to make a promise to him never to reveal that to anybody. And he was saying it very seriously, and I took it very seriously.
Had you suggested at any point in the conversation revealing it to someone or telling someone or asking someone about it?
Well, at that point, I was wondering myself, and I really wanted to ask my mother if that was normal.
Did you mention that to Erik?
Yes, I did.
And was it after that that he made you promise?
I don't remember. It was probably after that, yes.
So you told him, I don't know if it's normal, why don't I ask my mom? Something like that?
Exactly.
And what did he say to you when you suggested asking your mother?
He told me never to reveal it to anybody, to promise him that I would keep it a secret between us.
Now, were there any other times that you were with your cousin Erik when this topic of massages with his father came up?
There were several times I recall.
And do you remember where these conversations came up?
Yes, I do. In his bedroom in the Pennington house.
And were on these occasions when you were visiting or sleeping over or something else?
Most likely sleeping over. I remember most of them took place at night.
And do you remember anything about, first of all, the next time it came up? Do you have any idea of when that was in relation to this winter time when you were playing Running from the Russians?
I'm sorry?
When was the next time? Do you have any idea?
Well, it was probably a month later.
Why do you
That
say
would be
that?
my best. Because I remember it not being exactly later, but it wasn't too far along the road. It was definitely probably about a month's time that had passed.
Did you see your cousin Erik more frequently than once or twice a month at this time?
No.
And do you recall generally what the topic was the next time it came up?
Well, it was sort of a continuation of the conversation we had in the woods. Just basically contemplating on whether it was normal or not.
Okay. And was there anything else that occurred in this conversation that you can remember? Did Erik ask you anything?
Well, I remember he told me again never to tell anybody, and I brought it up again that maybe he should let me ask my mother, and I remember him replying no, and I asked him why didn't he let his mother know or ask his mother, you know.
Do you remember what he said when you asked why didn't he ask his mother?
Objection, Bruce. Overall.
Yes, I do.
What did he say?
He said that she would get mad at his father.
Now, do you recall a subsequent occasion, another occasion when this topic was being discussed between you and Erik, where he gave you some additional information about what was going on?
Yes.
And can you recall that, tell us what you can remember of that conversation?
What I can remember of that conversation is very little, but I do remember very well that he explained to me that these massages that his father was giving him were beginning to hurt.
And do you remember whether or not you understood what that meant, or?
I definitely didn't understand.
And do you recall whether or not you tried to gather any information about why massages were hurting?
I would imagine I did, but I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ask Erik straight out, why does it hurt, or how does it hurt, or what is he doing that's making you hurt?
If I did, I don't remember.
Okay. And you don't remember his ever elaborating on it?
No.
He didn't tell you anything about tacks or needles or ropes or anything like that?
No, he didn't.
Were you familiar with a nickname that your cousin Erik used to refer to himself at about this same time?
Yes, I did.
And what was that nickname?
It was Hurt Man.
Now, did he express to you in this last conversation his desire with respect to these massages with his father, what he wanted?
What his father wanted?
No, what Erik wanted.
What Erik wanted? Yeah, he told me he wanted him to stop. I remember that being the last conversation that I remember.
And was there any further discussion with him about your knowing about this?
I'm sorry, can you say
Okay,
that?
in this last conversation, was there any further discussion with Erik about your knowing about what was going on with him and his dad?
Well, it was very clear that he wanted to keep it as a secret between us, and that I was never going to reveal that to anybody. And I had promised him, I had swore to him that I wouldn't. But he definitely seemed nervous.
Seemed nervous about what, Mr. Connell?
That I might tell somebody.
From what you had observed in the family, did it appear to you that Erik was afraid of his father?
Yes,
Were you afraid of his father?
I was.
Now, when you slept over at the Menendez home, did you sleep in Erik's bedroom?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not there was a loose slat from his bed?
Yes, I do.
Was there?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall did you ever see anybody use that slat for any purpose?
Erik and I used it once to pin the door from opening. There were no locks on the doors.
So you could prop the door closed with the slat?
That's right.
And did you see that loose slat there on more than one occasion?
Yeah, there was a trundle bed under his bed that you could slide out, and usually when you pulled it out, the slat would fall, and it'd have to be placed back on.
Okay.
So I do remember it several times falling off.
And on this one occasion, you remember actually using it to prop the door.
That's right.
Did you think of that, or did Erik show you how to do
Oh,
it?
Erik showed me that.
Do you recall an occasion, Mr. Khanna, when you were staying at Erik's house or visiting his house, when you hurt yourself and you wanted to use something on your injury?
Yes.
And how did you hurt yourself first?
Well, Erik and I would usually go outside and play through the woods and so on.
Back in Vegas at the time.
Why don't you clarify that?
Do you recall approximately how old you were at the time you're talking about when you hurt yourself?
I believe I was around 11 years old. It's the best I can do.
Okay, so if you're 11, then Erik's about 13 and a half to 14?
Right.
So you and Erik would play in the woods and you'd get hurt?
I got scratched on a log or on a branch or something. My leg did.
Okay, so what did you do about that?
Well, I wiped it off, but when we went back to his room, I remember seeing a jar of Vaseline. I didn't know what it was used for or what it was then, but I figured it was a type of ointment that you put on scratches and so on.
Okay, so did you try to use it for your scratch?
I picked it up, and Erik immediately told me to put it back down.
Okay, did he say anything else about it?
No, he didn't. He just said, don't touch it.
Well, did you explain why you wanted to use it?
Yes, I told him I was just going to put it on my scratch.
And did he tell you anything about that?
Yeah, he said that's not what it's for.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Your Honor, is there a glass of water or something? That'd be great.
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Connell, how old were you when you had this alleged conversation with Erik Menendez in this field?
I believe I was 10 years old at the time.
And Erik Menendez was about 13?
He would have been going on 13. It was wintertime. Thank you very much.
And this is the first time you had ever heard of these massages?
That's right.
And when he told you that, you didn't tell anyone what he had told you?
No.
And you recall this happening in the winter sometime?
Yeah. That's right.
And the next conversation that you had with him was when?
About a month later.
And it was in the same field?
No, it was in his bedroom at home.
And he brought up the subject again?
Yes.
And was there a third conversation?
Yes, there was. Now, I know I must have brought up the conversation at least once. I remember bringing it up. I don't remember how I did.
At some point, though, you again talked to your cousin about these massages.
That's right.
And this was about how much later?
About a month later, I would say, from the first occurrence is what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's been spaced out about a month apart, these 3 conversations? A month each.
Overall.
I'm sorry, would you ask me again?
The first conversation occurred when you were in the field. About a month later, you had a conversation with your cousin Erik Menendez in his bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then about a month after that, you had another conversation with
I don't remember when exactly those other 2 took place, but the second conversation I had was about a month later. I don't remember about the other ones, how much later they were.
And he talked about a massage that his father had given him.
That's right.
On every one of these occasions, did he talk about a massage?
I don't remember if on the 3rd or 4th he did, but I knew by then what he was talking about, so he didn't have to let me know.
And he asked you if your father ever gave you a massage like that?
Yes, he did.
Now, did you ever tell anybody about this?
I didn't tell anybody until I told Miss Leslie Abramson.
And that was sometime after Erik Menendez was arrested for the murders of his parents?
That's right.
Now, after your cousin was arrested, did he give you his car?
His car, I'm
his
sorry?
car?
I don't believe he gave it to me. I bought it from him.
You bought it from him?
That's right.
What did you pay for it?
My mother did.
What did you pay for it?
I don't remember.
What kind of car was it?
It's a Ford Escort.
Now, when your cousin was arrested, he was 19 years old, correct?
I believe so.
And you were 16 at the time?
That's right.
So you were just starting to drive?
That's right.
Now, it's your understanding that you bought that car?
Yes, my mother, I believe, bought it.
You don't know that, though?
No, I do know that.
You know that she bought it?
Yes.
And do you have any idea of what she paid for it then?
I have no idea.
Now, your cousin was a good friend of yours, right?
Yes, he was. And is.
It is. And I believe your mother had testified that she would lie for the brothers. Would you also do that?
Objection, Your Honor, states the testimony wherever it's improper.
It's argumentative. Objection sustained.
Would you lie for Erik Menendez?
I am not lying for him now, and I wouldn't lie for anybody under oath.
You would not?
I would not, Mr. Crayon.
And you never told anyone this until after your cousin was arrested?
That's
correct?
right.
Now, there's been testimony that you accompanied Erik Menendez from Florida to Los Angeles after he came back from Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did he tell you that he was involved in the killings of his parents on that plane flight from Florida to Los Angeles?
No, we talked for a while, but it was mostly concerning of how he was doing. I don't recall too much of that conversation. He wasn't, he was very upset, he was very emotional, and he wasn't in the mood to talk about anything.
Where did you meet him? Did you meet him in Florida somewhere?
In Miami. In Miami, that's right.
Did he come to your house?
No, he didn't. I flew from New Jersey, I believe, and I met him in Miami, and from there he had flown in. I don't know where he flew in from, but from there we flew right back into LA, and there were, all the way from Miami to LA, there were people, I don't know who they were, assigned to us to watch out and to make sure that he was put on the plane. There was always somebody with us.
Now, when you say somebody was with you, who are you talking about?
I wouldn't know if to call them detectives or policemen, but they were there to make sure that Erik got on the plane and went to LA.
Were the Miami police officers?
At one point I believe they were, because I remember them putting us in a private room, and I would figure they were from Miami.
So the way that it happened then is, did you arrive at the Miami airport first?
No, I probably arrived, I don't know if a day before, I'm sorry. in the West Palm airport where my mom picked me up. That's the best of my recollection, but to be honest, I don't remember much.
So you arrived the day before your cousin arrived at the West Palm airport?
I don't know. I don't know if it was a day before or 2 days before. I really can't tell you.
Well, in any event, you were there before your cousin arrived.
That's right.
And when your cousin arrived, you met him?
That's right.
And how much time did you spend with him prior to actually getting onto the plane?
An hour maybe. I don't know.
And during that period of time, there were police officers that were making sure that your cousin got on the plane
That's right.
flight for Los Angeles.
My mother was also with us.
Did your mother also accompany your cousin and you to Los Angeles?
Yes, she did.
On that flight?
Yes, she did.
Did you all sit together?
Yes.
Was there ever any conversation between you and your cousin on that plane flight to Los Angeles from Florida?
Was there any conversation?
Yes.
I'm sure there was.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
Objection, I call for hearsay.
You're off for proof.
State of mind, Your Honor.
Well, he doesn't
Why
know.
don't you approach here and we'll discuss it.
Mr. Cano, did you and Erik Menendez discuss the killing of his parents?
Not that I recall, no.
Not at all on this plane flight.
Might have been brought up, but he didn't tell me that he did it, and he didn't give me an answer to very much at all.
When you say he didn't give you an answer, did you ask him whether he was involved in the killings of his parents?
I might have, I don't recall.
You might have asked him that.
I might have asked him that. And I don't think he gave me an answer.
Would you have remembered if he gave you an answer?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I don't know. I don't remember now.
Would that have been something important for you to remember?
Yes,
If
it
you were-
would have. Would have.
You would have wanted to know if he had been involved in the killing of his parents, I take it.
I would have wanted to know.
Yes,
Yeah.
speak up.
I would have wanted to know, sure.
In fact, you believe that he may have been involved, that's why you asked him whether he was involved?
To be honest with you, Mr. Kuriyama, I don't even remember asking him. Mostly what I was concerned with was his well-being. I knew from recent talks with Erik that he was suicidal, and that's what I was worried about. I was worrying about him. And I remember one time on the airplane, he locked himself in the bathroom for about an hour. It seemed to me like an hour. I was waiting and waiting and waiting for him to come out, and I went and knocked because I was very worried about what he might have done in that bathroom.
Did you believe at that time that he was having a guilty conscience about killing his parents?
I didn't believe anything. I just believed that I was very worried about him.
Being worried about him being suicidal, did you suspect that he had been involved in the killings of his parents?
I suspected it.
Did Erik Menendez indicate to you that he was upset with his father?
Objection, on that day, this time.
Sustained. Objection sustained.
Do you recall in these conversations that you had in which Erik Menendez expressed that he was suicidal? When did these conversations take place?
I don't remember. I knew about it. Like I said, we were very close. I knew about some of his problems.
You're talking about on the flight to Los Angeles? Is that what
I'm
you're-
trying to ascertain when it was that these conversations took place, actually.
Well, Your Honor, it's still vague. I don't know what conversations he's talking about.
Sustained. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Mr. Connell, I believe you testified that you had conversations with your cousin in which he expressed that he felt suicidal.
That's right.
When did that occur?
I don't remember. This is all about 5-6 years ago, Ms. Graham. I couldn't tell you. All I can remember is what I have placed in my mind here. And there were certain things that stuck out in my mind that I do remember very well. And there were others that I just don't know where and how they happened.
Can we specify 5 or 6 years ago? What date are you referring to?
I'm not referring to any date. I'm just referring it was a long time ago.
What time frame? What incident was occurring at that time?
I think he's talking about the conversations about suicidal type type of
Was
thing.
that before the flight from Miami to Los Angeles, or after?
Yes, oh, definitely.
That was before some time?
Before
flight from-
Before the flight from Miami to LA, yes.
Okay, and what is your best memory of where and when that occurred?
Maybe a phone call. He might have called me somewhere. I don't know. When he moved to LA, I moved to to Florida. So we didn't keep in touch as much, but as much as we could, we would. And I had talked to him several times throughout the years that he was living in LA.
And during that period of time, he called you and told you, I feel suicidal?
We had some really in-depth conversations. We were very close still, even though we were separated.
And in
Was
these,
this before or after the death of Jose?
It was before.
Luis Menendez, before?
It was before.
so in these conversations that you had with the defendant, Erik Menendez, before he killed his parents, he told you that he was suicidal, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said he got into some in-depth discussions about problems he was having? Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that would be fair to say.
Would he describe for you problems that he was having specifically with his father?
I don't remember. I really don't. Like I said, there's certain things that stick out in my head, and the others I just don't remember.
You have a very good memory of what he told you when you were 9 years old?
Yes, I do.
Object misstates the testimony.
Overall.
Is that correct, sir?
I could say I have a good memory of what the subject of the conversation was. I don't know exactly, every step of the way of the conversation. But
Okay,
I
let's
do
just
know
try
what
to get to what you do recall. Now, if your cousin had called you in Puerto Rico from Los Angeles and had said, I'm suicidal, would that have been something that got your interest?
Well, he called me to Florida,
Okay.
but that would have been something that got my interest, definitely.
So that would be something that you would recall.
Yes.
And what do you recall about that, sir?
I just remember him telling me. I don't remember where and what phone call. I was in my house in West Palm Beach, most likely. I just know that I knew that he had a lot of problems with himself and with his family and was suicidal.
And
or he felt that he was.
What is it that he expressed to you, the nature of the problems?
I don't remember.
Did you say, well, why are you suicidal?
If I did, I don't remember.
Would that be a question that would be a logical question to ask of your cousin?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
You don't recall asking him any questions?
I don't recall.
Now, you asked him about these alleged massages, correct?
That's right.
And you wanted to know in detail what occurred there?
Not in detail. He would never give me any details. We basically were always trying to figure out if what was happening to him was normal. And I had no way of knowing, like I said.
And then when he told you later on when he was in Los Angeles about the problems he was having with his parents, you never asked him the nature of those problems?
Of which problems? I'm
The
sorry.
problems that when he called you when you were in Florida and he was in Los Angeles, you never said, well, what kind of problems are you having?
I don't remember.
Don't recall
I really
that at all?
don't. I can't say for sure.
When you flew from Florida to Los Angeles just prior to when your cousin was arrested for the murders of his parents, you had the information from Erik Menendez. He had called you previously from Los Angeles regarding the problems that he was having with his parents, correct?
I'm going to object on it. Misstates the witness's testimony.
Rephrase the question, please.
Okay. You recall that you've testified that Erik Menendez called you in Florida and told you that he was having problems with his parents.
Objection, that's what misstates it. He said problems with himself and his family.
All right, rephrase the question.
You testified that you got a call from Erik Menendez in Florida that Erik was having problems with his family. Is that right?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Overall.
Can you ask the question one more time, Mr. Correa? I'm sorry. So many
Yes.
questions, I'm confused.
Now, you've testified that when Erik Menendez moved to Los Angeles, he would call you periodically when you're in Florida, correct?
He did call me periodically.
And on at least one of those occasions, he told you that he was suicidal, correct?
Yes. I believe that's how I knew it.
And on at least one occasion, he told you that he was having problems with his family. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And it's your testimony that you never asked and you don't know what the nature of those problems were?
I don't remember. We would talk pretty in-depthly about a lot of things, and there was a lot of problems in my life that I would talk to him about as well. So I was pretty distracted, you know, if I would talk to him.
Were you having problems with your family as well?
I don't remember. I'm sure I've always had problems. Everybody always has problems, so I would talk to him about what was on my mind.
Would you discuss, were you ever suicidal?
No, I
I'm
wasn't.
going to object to this point. It's gotten pretty far afield.
On this plane ride from Florida to Los Angeles, you had indicated that you suspected that your cousin had been involved in the killings of his parents, correct?
That's right.
And you made a comment to him. Would you describe for the jury how your cousin reacted to your question about whether he was involved?
He states his testimony.
Be more specific, again, counsel, just state your legal objection. Be more specific as to what you mean, Mr. Curiano.
Okay. Do you recall, Mr. Cano, Erik Menendez's reaction to your inquiry as to whether he was involved in the killing of his parents?
I don't recall, Miss Graham. I don't recall anything about that plane ride. I was very emotional, and so was he.
You were thinking enough to ask him whether or not he was involved in the killings, though.
Objective, argumentative, and misstates the witness's testimony.
Overruled.
Is that right, sir?
I'm sorry?
You were thinking and clear-headed enough to ask your cousin whether he was involved in the killings.
I don't remember.
Now, did your mother in your presence ever ask Erik Menendez whether he was involved in the killings of his parents?
If she did.
That's for hearsay.
Just state the answer straight.
During the period of time when you returned with Erik Menendez back to Los Angeles, you took the plane ride from Florida to Los Angeles, and what is that, like a 5-hour flight?
Yes.
And then you touched down at LAX, correct?
As far as I can remember, I don't think it was a connecting flight. I really doubt it, but it definitely touched down at LAX if that's where we landed. I think so.
When you arrived at LAX, were there any instructions given to you by your cousin?
None.
None? And have you visited your cousin in jail?
I have.
And you visited him with your mother?
Yes.
About how many times?
Ooh. That's hard to say. As best I can remember, maybe 4 times I visited him. 4 or 5, I don't know. Somewhere around that number.
And did you ever discuss the pending case that he had in this matter?
No. It was very brief when I ever got to see him. It was only 20 minutes. You know, and I would have to split that time with my mother. My main concern was how he was doing.
During these visits, did he ever tell you that he indeed was the killer of his parents with his brother?
No, he didn't tell me that.
He never told you that?
No.
I have nothing further this time, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Mr. Cano, was it significant to you when you were a kid, when you were 10 or 11, that your cousin Erik had sworn you to secrecy about something?
Yes, it was.
Is that like something boys do, you know, blood brothers and swearing secrecy?
Sort of like a pinky promise.
Sort of like a pinky promise. And did Erik make this the strongest pinky promise you ever had to make?
It wasn't a pinky promise, but it was definitely very intense, and I would have never told anybody.
Was your friendship with Erik when you were a little guy special to you?
Yes, it was.
Now, do you remember a time when you were living in Florida when you were contemplating, thinking about moving to Puerto Rico to live with your dad?
Yes.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustain.
I will tie it up, Your Honor, if I can.
Do it then.
Okay. Do you remember receiving a call from Erik about that time when you were thinking about moving to Puerto Rico?
Objection beyond the scope of
Overall.
Yes, I remember a call around that.
And do you remember in that phone call Erik telling you then that he was very upset, suicidal, and wanted to come live with you in Florida?
I don't remember the exact nature of the conversation, but I remember in that conversation he did tell me that he wanted to come live with me in Florida because he was having problems at home.
Okay. And do you recall what your response to him was?
Yes.
And what was it?
Okay. I told him that at that point I was thinking of moving to Puerto Rico, but that if I didn't know whether my father would mind if he would have wanted to come down there with me.
Now, did you wind up moving to Puerto Rico?
Yes, I
objection
did.
irrelevant.
Overall.
Yes, I did.
Now, do you recall after your aunt and uncle were killed, did you see Erik back east?
After my aunt and uncle were killed?
Yes.
I saw him at the funeral.
Okay. And did you see him even after the week of the funeral on other trips he made back east before he was arrested?
Yeah, I saw him several times.
You had sisters who still live in the Princeton area?
Yes, that's true.
And were you in the Princeton area after, apart from attending the memorial service or the funeral, were you in the Princeton area in 1989 in the fall?
Yes, I attended the Hunt School of Princeton, which is in Princeton, New Jersey.
So you were actually living there then?
That's right.
And did you see your cousin Erik on visits he made there?
Yes, I did. I don't recall that he made too many, but, or at least I didn't see him too many times. But the times I did, I'd spend a little bit of time with him.
Okay. Now, you said that when you were on the airplane with him, you were concerned about him because you knew that he had felt suicidal in the past.
That's right.
And does that relate only to the distant past, before his parents died, or did you have any information about his feeling suicidal after they died?
Well, that feeling that I had began before they died.
And had you received any information after they died that led you to believe that he was feeling suicidal?
Well, knowing Erik as a friend, I knew that that was definitely possible, and going through whatever he went through was hard enough for him that I thought that maybe he would.
Now, you said that the plane ride here from Florida was very emotional. Were you aware at that time that your cousin Lyle Menendez was in jail?
Yes.
And was it your expectation that as soon as Erik got to Los Angeles, he too would be locked up?
Yes.
And based on anything that was said, was that Erik's understanding? He was going back to go to jail.
That's right. He knew that very well.
When Erik was a teenager, did he, strike that, after Erik moved to California, did he ever bring up the molestation by his father to you again?
No.
Did you ever broach the subject again?
No.
When he would make reference to problems in the family, was he ever specific about what was going on that you can recall?
No. I don't recall any details. He would just say something like, things with my parents are going really badly. Something to that effect.
Did you know that there was talk of potential divorce in that family in 1986 and 1987?
I really didn't know much about his family. They're very private people.
From what you had observed being around them over the years, did you think that it would be difficult for a kid to be in that family?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
How did you think it would be to be a child of that family based on what you saw?
I definitely...
Objection calls for speculation.
Objection sustained.
Did you have any difficulty in understanding Erik when he said he had problems with those parents?
No, I didn't.
Did you think they were problem parents?
Objection calls for a public opinion.
Sustained.
Did you think that you would have problems living with your Uncle Jose and your Aunt Kitty?
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
When Erik would tell you that he was having problems, did you ask him to elaborate?
If I did, I don't recall. I'm sure I must have at some point.
Did you ever envy him or wish you could live in with his family?
Objection
No.
irrelevant.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
You said that the family was very private.
Objection, this is beyond.
Yes, I did.
The objection is sustained. The answer stricken.
He's already testified to it without objection. right?
Well, just because of that doesn't open up the area. Objection sustained.
During the flight from Miami, you said your mother was sitting next to you.
Yes, she was.
Did she appear to be concerned with Erik's well-being?
Definitely.
Now, you said that I was the first person that you relayed the conversations about the molestation to. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And do you remember when it was that you first told me?
I don't remember the date, no.
Do you remember the month and the year?
No, I don't.
January 9th.
Objection leading.
I haven't heard the question yet.
Excuse me?
What was your question?
The question was, would January 1991 refresh your recollection? I told you that's when I first met you.
That's right. That's right.
And as of January 1991, were you under 18?
Yes, I was.
And when you were under 18, were you prohibited from visiting your cousin in the county jail?
That is true.
And did you ever did you visit him then before you told me or only after you told me?
Only after I told you.
I have nothing further.
Any further cross?
Your motion.
Your Honor, it'll be okay if I get some more water.
Sure, we'll get it for you.
Thanks.
Mr. Connell,
Oh, thanks.
before January of 1991, your cousin had been in the jail for about 8 months.
Yes, that's right.
You flew back from Florida about in March of 1990.
I flew in with him. That was the only time that I can remember.
And did you have any discussions with any relatives about the nature of the defense in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. First was vague at the time.
Objection sustained.
Did you get any calls, first of all, from Erik Menendez after he was incarcerated in the Los Angeles County Jail?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't remember any, so no.
Have you ever had any conversations with him after he was incarcerated?
Talk about phone calls?
Yes.
I believe I might have talked to him a couple times. Maybe, I don't remember where. I don't know.
So, in these conversations after your cousin was incarcerated in the Los Angeles County Jail, what was the nature of those conversations?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay. No foundation.
Well, it's
Admission.
vague as to which conversations you're referring to, counsel.
Okay. why don't you describe...
You're referring to conversations between the defendant and the witness?
Yes.
At the county jail?
No, over the phone, after the defendant was incarcerated in the county jail.
Why don't you ask it so that we know what you're talking about?
I'm sorry. You understand that after your cousin was incarcerated in the county jail in March of 1990, he called you on the phone. Is that correct?
Objection, are vague as to time.
Objection to the question. Did he ever call you after he was arrested?
Yes, he called me.
And where did you receive those phone calls?
I think I talked to him once in my house, or my mother's house in West Palm Beach.
And do you recall staying for a time in Los Angeles after your cousin was arrested? That is, when you came on the flight from Miami to Los Angeles, did you immediately turn around and go back to Miami?
I might have stayed a couple days. I don't remember.
Now, did you have any conversations, or where were you staying after you arrived in Los Angeles, after the defendant was arrested?
After he was arrested?
Yes.
I believe I was staying in the Beverly Hills home.
Okay. So during that period of time that when you were there at the Beverly Hills home, did you receive any calls from the defendant?
I didn't know.
You don't know?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No.
Was there anyone else with you at that house during that period of time?
My grandmother and my mother. I believe.
Now, think back on this call that you got from the defendant at your home in Florida.
Uh-huh.
What was said by the defendant in that conversation?
Asked and answered.
Overall.
I don't remember the nature of the conversation. I was mainly concerned with how he was doing and how he was spending the time.
Had you, at that point, heard the evidence against him? That is, had you read any articles about the case?
I don't think I had read any articles. I might have watched the news.
So after watching the news, did you also have discussions with relatives about the case?
No.
No.
I never ever discussed anything really with relatives. It wasn't something we wanted to bring up.
Did you ever talk to your mother about this case?
No.
Never?
I've talked to her about, friends or other things that might have happened, but never about the context of the case.
Okay, let's just get this straight. You've talked about friends and other things, but you've never talked about this case with your mother over the past 4 years?
Well, I'm sure I've talked to her several times, but not about the defense, if that's what you're implying.
You never talked?
I'm not sure I'm understanding you, Ms. Graham.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to my questioning. It's ABM, so be calling for hearsay.
Well, it's unfocused, so let's see if we can pinpoint it a little bit, Mr. Kuriyama, and see if we can finish this. Objection sustained.
Mr. Cano, is it your testimony that from the time that Erik Menendez was arrested in March of 1990 to today, as you sit there on the witness stand, that you've not talked to your mother about this case?
I'm sure I have.
And what have you talked to her about?
I don't
Objection, Your Honor,
remember.
calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
I don't remember. I never revealed to
Okay,
her.
wait, just wait for another question.
So,
Have you, this goes to your state of mind, have you gotten information about the nature of this case over the
Objection,
past 4 years?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. It's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Mr. Cano, the only conversations that you really remember are the ones that you had with your cousin about these alleged massages. That'd be fair to say?
those are the ones that stick out in my head, yes.
You don't remember anything about the suicide calls or anything after the defendant called you after he was arrested? You don't remember the nature of any of those calls?
Objection, Your Honor, it's compounded argument.
It's been asked and answered.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, anything else?
No.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. You're excused. Thank you.
It's Armando, A-R-M-A-N-D-O, Lopez, L-O-P-E-Z.
Mr. Lopez, what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
And are you appointed by the court to be a private investigator on this case on behalf of the defendants, Erik and Lyle Menendez?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you tell the jury what your background is in investigations and law enforcement?
I was a police officer for the city of Santa Monica for approximately 17 years, 3 of which were patrol, and the remainder were in the Detective Bureau as an investigator.
And in the course of your employment as a Santa Monica police officer, did you become familiar with firearms?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, do you see the 2 photographs that are up on the board?
Yes.
And do you see the other series of photographs in front of you, all of which comprise exhibits 281 through 290?
Yes.
And did you take those photographs, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take them?
In the city of Santa Monica at the Big 5 store on Wilshire Boulevard.
And when did you take them?
I took those, I believe it was October 4th.
Of 1993?
Yes.
And how did you come to take those photographs? Were you instructed to do so?
Yes, I was.
And who told you to do that?
I believe it was Miss Lansing.
And had you gone to the Big 5 store in Santa Monica before October 4th, 1993?
Yes, I did.
And on what date did you go there?
I believe it was the 1st. It was a Friday, October 1st.
Did you make certain observations on that Friday, October 1st, when you were at that location?
Yes, I did.
And did you report those observations to Miss Lansing?
Yes, I did.
And was it then that you were instructed to go back and take photographs?
Yes.
Now, calling your attention to the photographs that are in front of you and the photographs on the board, what do those photographs basically depict?
The photographs on the board, the one on the left depicts a glass cabinet with what appear to be firearms laying on the top shelf.
Now, when you entered this store on October 1st, the Friday, did you at some point observe that glass cabinet?
Yes, I did.
And at the point when you first observed it, did you notice that it had what appeared to be firearms in it?
Yes.
And could you tell at that point whether they were real firearms or pellet guns?
When I first saw them, they appeared to be real.
Okay. And as you got closer to the cabinet, at some point, did they still appear to be real?
As I approached the cabinet and looked at them closely, I realized they were not real.
Okay. And was that based on your prior experience, or was there a label on them that said pellet gun, not real, anything like that?
It was based on my experience.
This cabinet, did you make any observations about the condition of the glass cabinet with respect to its potential age?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of expertise.
Rephrase the question.
Okay, did you make any observations about the condition of the cabinet?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe about its condition?
I observed that the cabinet was made of glass, and the top of the cabinet had several scratches on the top.
Did they appear to be fresh scratches?
Some appear to be fresh. The remainder appear to be very old scratches.
Now, did you contact any persons who worked in that particular Big 5 store prior to August of 1989?
I'm sorry,
Did you make contact with any person or persons who worked in that particular Big 5 store prior to August of 1989?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to ascertain whether firearms similar to the ones that are depicted in that photograph were carried in the stores prior to August 1989?
Yes.
And were they?
Yes.
Were you personally, from your experience in law enforcement, familiar with any of the firearms depicted in that cabinet as having been something manufactured prior to August of 1989?
When you refer to firearms, what are you referring to?
These pellet guns, Your Honor.
Yes.
It turned out that all the guns in that cabinet were pellet guns, correct?
That's correct.
And did you determine strike that, did you recognize any of those guns as guns that you were familiar with prior to August of 1989?
Yes.
In your experience in law enforcement, had you come across pellet guns that resembled real handguns?
Yes.
Now, did you make an effort to ascertain whether there were other sporting goods stores in the general West LA, Santa Monica area that sold either pellet guns in the shape of handguns or real handguns in August of 1989?
Objection irrelevant.
What roll? You can answer the question.
Yes.
And did you receive information that certain establishments that were in existence in August of 1989 are no longer in existence?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any examination on behalf of Lyle Menendez?
No, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Mr. Lopez, how long have you been employed as an investigator in the Menendez case?
Approximately 6 months, I believe.
6 months as of today's date?
I'm not sure the exact date.
During the period of time that you were at the Big Five, this is on Wilshire Boulevard, correct?
The Big Five on Wilshire?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's where you took the pictures that are on the board and in front of you?
Yes, it is.
And during the period of time that you were there, did you attempt to ascertain the identity of the person who waited on the defendants on August the 18th of 1989?
No.
Were you asked to do that?
No. I don't recall it was.
All right, so you don't recall if you were asked, but you definitely made no effort to find the identity of the person who waited on the defendants on August the 18th of 1989. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked to go there for the first time on October the 1st of this year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And prior to that, October the 1st, you had never visited this Big Five on Wilshire Boulevard in connection with the Menendez case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you went in and you took the photographs, which are displayed on the board and also in front of you, did you ask anyone if those were in fact the same display cases that they had in 1989?
Did I ask anybody?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you ask anyone if the display cases were set up identically to how they were set up in 1989?
Yes, I did.
Do you know for a fact that that cabinet was there in 1989?
No.
Now, when you went into the Big Five on October the 4th to take these photographs, did anyone at the Big Five tell you that there was a 14-day waiting period to buy pellet guns?
No.
And is it your understanding, having been a police officer for 17 years and also a private investigator for a period of time, that there is no waiting period in California to buy pellet guns? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, and there never has been a waiting period to buy pellet guns, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the condition of the cabinet as is displayed in the photograph on the board and the photographs in front of you, you have no personal knowledge that that is how the cabinet looked on August the 18th of 1989, is that correct?
It's a difficult question to answer because I did speak to somebody about the glass cabinet and how it looked prior to 1989.
But you have no personal knowledge of how the cabinet looked in 1989, is that correct?
That's correct.
You have no recollection of going into the Big Five in 1989 in August and looking at the cabinet and then making a comparison with the photographs you took last week, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Yes, Mr. Lopez, you did, however, verify with an employee of that Big Five that in his opinion the cabinet's the same and looks the same.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Objection sustained.
Mrs. Basanich asked you if you had tried to determine if it was the same display and if it looked the same, correct?
That's correct.
And you did make those inquiries, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And there is a former employee who you have arranged to have come testify here as a witness, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You must step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let me see counsel at the sidebar regarding the scheduling, please.
Called Leslie Elmore. Her last name.
Leslie Simone Elmore, E-L-M-O-R-E, Elmore.
It probably works best if someone turns this way.
This way?
Yeah,
Just face the lawyer.
Okay.
right. And that way your mouth is facing.
Yeah, please spell your middle name for us.
Simone, S-I-M-O-N-N-E.
Miss Elmore, what's your occupation?
I'm a paramedic,
And where do you work?
Buncombe County EMS.
And what state is that? Excuse me, what county?
Buncombe County,
And where is Buncombe County?
North Carolina.
How do you spell that?
Buncombe, B-U-N-C-O-M-B-E.
Okay.
And where were you raised?
Princeton, New Jersey.
When you were growing up in Princeton, did
You
you
attend the Princeton Day School.
Yes, I did.
And was that for your entire education or just for part?
From first grade through senior year in high school.
And did your family have a membership in a country club called Beedensbrook?
Yes, they did.
And did you, along with your siblings, attend Beedensbrook?
Yes, I did.
Now, what is your mother's name?
Charlene Elmore.
And did she have a position at Princeton Day School?
She was a school nurse.
Did you know, on some level, Erik Menendez when you were growing up in Princeton?
Yes, I knew his brother was in my class in high school.
His brother Lyle was in your class?
Yes.
Erik was never in your classes?
No.
How old are you, Miss Elmore?
24.
And Erik was younger than you?
Yes.
Did you know when you were growing up in Princeton how much younger Erik was than you?
I'd say probably 2 years.
Now, turning your attention to the Beedensbrook Country Club, in the summertime, did that country club have a swim program for the children of the members?
Yes, they had a swim team.
And did you participate in that?
Yes, I did.
Were there times of the day when the children who were part of the swim team would be required to practice?
Usually either in the morning or in the afternoon.
Were there two separate practice sessions
Yes,
set up?
there were.
And did you practice?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, in, say, the period between 1980 and 1982, was Erik a member of the swimming team?
Yes.
And did he practice?
He practiced by himself most of the time, with his mother coaching him.
Did he also practice? Well, how did you practice? By yourself with your mother coaching?
No, I practiced.
Sustained.
Did the other children practice as a group?
Yes, they practiced. They were coached by the swim team coach.
Was one of those coaches a young woman named Meredith Krugman?
Yes.
And did Erik practice with the group as well?
I don't recall if he practiced with us or not. He was younger than I and would have swam with a different group.
Did the groups practice at different times, the age groups?
No, you could either swim in the morning or afternoon, but they didn't separate the age groups.
Okay. Now, you say did you observe Erik in practices with his mother?
Yes, I did.
And Was she teaching him how to swim? Was she in the pool with him, or what?
No, she was along the side of the pool, running up and down the side of the pool, asking him or telling him to hurry up, you have to swim faster. Often she had a stopwatch when she was doing so.
Were there other parents doing the same thing at the same time?
No.
Did you, in fact, ever see another parent doing that?
No.
And was this on one occasion that you saw Mrs. Menendez running by up and down the side of the pool with the stopwatch, or was it more than once?
No, I saw her on several occasions doing it.
And I take it you and other members, other children who were members of the club were around when she would be doing that with Erik?
Mm-hmm. Usually, after our practice ended, Erik would still be in the water swimming, and Mrs. Menendez was there on the side of the pool.
Did you see Erik on a daily basis at the swimming pool at Beedensbrook during the summers?
I'd say I probably saw him several times a week.
And did you, apart from seeing his mother doing this, I guess was she timing him?
With the stopwatch, yes.
Apart from seeing her in that activity, was she just ever at the pool with him, like in a recreational way, just?
Not that I recall.
Now, you heard her telling him what when she was running up and down the side of the pool?
She would be shouting at him to hurry up, you're not swimming fast enough, you're never going to beat Rob Bergman. And Rob was, an excellent swimmer, and Erik was not even in the same age group with him.
Was Rob like the star of Beedensbrook swim?
Yes, he was.
And how much older? I take it he was older than Erik?
He's probably 2 or 3 years older.
And did you see, first of all, how many times would Erik have to swim and be timed by her in any given session? Do you know?
I wouldn't be able to count those times. I saw it happening several times.
What I'm saying is, would she just time him on one lap, or did he have
No, in one occasion, he would do it several times. She would time him and keep telling him he had to go faster.
And were there any occasions when you saw some sort of emotional reaction on Erik's part to this behavior by his mother?
Yes, there was one instance where Erik had swam a lot that day and was cold, and he had gotten out of the pool and was standing with his hands together, clutching his arms to his side, saying he was cold, and Mrs. Menendez saying he had to get back in the pool and swim faster in order to beat Rob.
And did you see any reaction on Erik's part besides appearing to be cold?
He was almost to the point of tears.
And were there other kids around at that time within, say, hearing distance of what his mother was saying?
Yes.
Did Mrs. Menendez have any equipment that she would bring to these solo practices that she conducted with Erik?
A stopwatch.
What is a kickboard?
A kickboard is a flotation device that we use in the pool just to practice our kicking, get stronger on our kicking, and we wouldn't use our arms.
Did you ever see her having Erik use that kind of object while she was training?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever see her swim, by the way?
No.
Did you ever see her even in a swimsuit when she would be conducting these sessions?
No.
Roll the answer, stand.
I did not. She often wore...
You've answered the question.
Okay, can you describe what she was wearing?
Sustain.
Did she have clothes that looked like trainer's clothes? Like the kinds of things coaches would wear?
Sustain.
Did you ever observe in these practice sessions Erik arguing with his mother or refusing to do what she asked him to do?
No.
Did you see him appear to be cold or say that he was cold on other occasions than the one you've described?
I remember that incident well because it was emotional for him and it embarrassed me and some of the other kids who were at the pool.
So it was, from what you could see, it was noticed by the other kids?
Yes.
Did Erik have any friends that you saw him with at that pool?
No, not really.
And were there times that you'd be there all day and he'd be there all day and he'd be by himself?
There were times that I was there all day, and Erik may or may not have been. He wasn't, unless his mother was there, I usually didn't notice him.
Okay. He was sort of invisible?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a group of friends that were at the club that you associated with on the days that you would be there?
Yes.
Objection of relevance, Your Honor, motion strike. Overrule, the answer is strike.
Were there various sort of cliques of kids of different age
Yes.
groups?
Mhm.
There were a lot of children at the pool over the course of the summer,
Yes.
weren't there? Do you know why it is that you remembered this particular behavior of Mrs. Menendez so many years later?
Objection irrelevant. Sustained.
Were there always coaches available at the Beedensbrook?
Yes, there were.
On the days that you would see Mrs. Menendez there, were those days that the coaches had been there and were training the children?
Yes.
Did you ever see Lyle Menendez at Beedensbrook?
Yes, I did, but he mostly played tennis, and he would have to wait before he'd come down to the pool after he played.
And would you see Lyle playing tennis? Could you see the tennis courts from the pool?
Yes.
But did you ever see Erik and Lyle together over the course of an entire day at Beedensbrook?
During the entire day, no. They were together, throughout the day periodically, but not usually together the whole day.
Would Lyle come down from the tennis courts to the pool from time to time?
Yes.
Now, based on what you observed, did you think that Mrs. Menendez just wanted what was best for her son, Erik?
Objection calls for speculation. Sustained.
Did she appear to be a concerned parent to you?
Objection calls for speculation. Sustained.
Could you characterize the way she spoke to Erik when she was there with him during these swim practices?
She was loud and often raised her voice at him, shouting at him.
Did you ever hear her praise his performance or praise anything he was doing?
No, not that I remember.
Did you ever hear her make any statements specific to how much time he had to, that he would have to complete a lap, or how much time he had to shave off or save in order to be a better swimmer?
Tenths of seconds. It wasn't much time.
What did you hear her say in that regard?
That he had to hurry up, he had to go faster in order to beat Rob. And
Did she say anything about you've got to shave off X amount of time or anything like that?
not that I remember specifically what the times were, but she did say that he had to hurry up.
From your observations of Erik at the pool, and I take it you also made observations of him at meets and for the swim team. Let me ask you this, did you enjoy swimming?
Yes.
Overall.
What would you say about Erik? Did he appear to enjoy swimming? Did it?
Overall, you can answer the question.
He did during the meets. I mean, I think all kids enjoyed being at the meets because it was a competition and something for them to do.
What about at other times?
When he was practicing, I don't think he enjoyed that.
When he was practicing with his mother, or when he was practicing with the team, or both?
With his mother, particularly.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
You have another chance?
Yes.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Your next.
Would you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Barbara Howarth, Howarth.
Mrs. Howarth, what is your occupation?
I'm a teacher. I teach English at Princeton Day School.
And how long have you been a teacher?
I've been teaching for a little over 30 years, about 21 of them at the day school.
Now, directing your attention to the years 1985 to 1986, did you have Erik Menendez in an English class at Princeton Day School?
Yes, I did. I taught 9th grade English that year.
And was that a class that met 4 days a week?
Yes.
About how long would each class last?
They would vary. Some classes were 40 minutes, others were 55, depending on the day of the week.
And in addition to the class session, did you have a regular time where you met one-to-one with Erik?
Yes, I meet with all my students once every 2 weeks for at least 15 minutes. If they'd like more conference time than that, we can set that up.
Now, this was a class that began in the fall of 1985 and ended in the summer of 1986?
That's correct.
And during the course of those months that you taught Erik Menendez, would you grade him?
Yes, the students were graded 4 times a year officially, and at the end of each marking period, we would write a comment as well as a grade.
And have you had an opportunity to review your comments for Erik Menendez during 1985 and 1986?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor, with Exhibit 197?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you a packet of documents that have been tabbed. Do those appear to be Princeton Day School records about Erik Menendez?
Yes, they are.
Now, in addition to the 4 comments, is there something called an interim report that you might make about a student?
And in the middle of every marking period, there's a possibility for an interim. There's also a possibility at any other time during the marking period when there was particular concern about an individual student. Not every student would get an interim.
Now, directing your attention to October of 1985, did you prepare an interim report about Erik Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And at the time you prepared that report, how long had he been in your class?
He had been in the class for about 1 month, and at that time, a month and a half, and I was concerned about his performance. So even though I did not worry that he was going to fail the course, I wanted to call to the parents' attention the fact that he was having difficulties more than normal.
What sort of difficulties was he having?
Erik had trouble meeting assignment deadlines. He often misunderstood the directions for assignments. He sometimes did not do well on quizzes, especially pop quizzes that were unannounced. He seemed to have trouble keeping track of when the class met. The class did not meet at the same time every day. And for my particular class, we did not even meet in the same place every day. I used a computer room for some writing in the classroom. And Erik was frequently late because he had gone somewhere else instead.
Now, you have any particular example in mind when you say that he had difficulty following instructions?
Yes, he would have, it would run the whole gamut of types of things that he had trouble with. Some were as mundane as proper heading on a paper, or even remembering to put his name on a paper. Other times he would, if the instructions were to include 3 characters in the examples that he brought into the assignment, he would only have 1 or 2. And it didn't seem to matter whether I would often hand out written instructions and then go over them orally, or have students read and question the instructions. And even with that double enforcement, he would not understand.
Was Erik a particularly anxious student that you, is that something that you noticed during the first month that you taught him?
I mentioned that in the first interim and in several others, and in several other comments. He was anxious about, clearly anxious about grades. He would, I would refer to it as his having something that was getting in his way, and I didn't know what.
Mrs. Howarth, was there ever any contact made by either of Erik's parents regarding the interim report that you made that was in October of 1985?
No, there was not. They did not respond directly to any of the comments that I made throughout the year.
Okay. You mean they didn't call you or try and talk to you about what you had written about their son?
That's correct. They didn't ask for a conference. Parents often call on the phone when something goes home. They did not call. I never met Mr. Menendez.
Let me ask you, did you see Mrs. Menendez at the school?
Yes, she was frequently at school, especially toward the end of the day, and she would be sort of waiting around, I assumed, to take the boys. They had a very busy schedule, and she would often be either just outside the classroom, or she would come into the classroom to look at the bulletin boards at the end of the day.
Was that when the children were there, when they had left?
It was often just as class was being dismissed, and usually students hang around, sometimes to talk about important things, sometimes just to hang around.
And did Mrs. Menendez, when she was there after school, ever say to you, well, you know, what about the interim report?
No, she did not. She would, however, tell me about Erik, tell me that he was studying much harder, that she thought that he was getting better at problems that he had in English, that he was enjoying English so much this year. I sometimes felt that she was directing what my next comment should say, but she did not ask me about specifics in previous comments.
You said that she was directing, you felt that she was directing what your next comments should say, meaning what?
Meaning that, in her view, he was getting better and spending more time at English, which was going to improve his performance.
Okay, and did you, as his teacher, observe any such behavior on Erik's part?
Not anything consistent. Erik was very good at some areas of English. I don't think he realized that he was good at those. He tended to see his weaknesses rather than his strengths. And many times it was, his strengths were in non-graded areas, discussion, for example. So he would not get the feedback, the immediate feedback that he would get on written work, on tests, on quizzes.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned in your comments, I believe it was the one in June of 1986, was that Erik, there seemed to be a panic or a block operating with Erik.
Objection, leading.
Rephrase the question, please.
Did you ever see a panic or a block operating on Erik that interfered with his learning?
My comments indicate that I did. I was concerned because something was getting in his way. He seemed, especially toward the end of the marking periods when grades were about to be officially declared, he seemed very anxious. In our conferences when he was trying to come up with paper topics, I had thought that perhaps things were just too structured, and that if I gave him more leeway to come up with things on his own, that he would be more relaxed. But that would, when I would try open-ended assignments with the class, Erik, in his conference time, would need a lot of help and reinforcement to get what it was he wanted to write about clarified. He saw everything as potential. He seemed to see everything as potential danger. He did not distinguish between a quiz or a test or a major paper. Everything was the same level of importance. He didn't have a very good sort of sense of where he was or the connectedness as far as procedure.
Did Erik have any basic skill problems that you noticed?
Yes, he in writing, he is a terrible speller, worse than I am. He had a great deal of trouble with end punctuation, which is not usual for a ninth grader. He just didn't know. He would write numerous sentence fragments, run-on sentences using a comma instead of a period, which is a little bit more common. Other punctuation was just, he couldn't get a hold of it. He had some problems in sequencing. There seemed to be problems in his processing material that was raised in class discussion, although he himself was good at class discussion. But drawing together the information from his classmates in an organized way, or things that I would say, something broke down.
Did you notice that Erik had any problems concentrating?
Yes, there would be. If the discussion was very rapid, and if people only said a little bit and it moved quickly, he was right there and following. But if either I talked too long or one of the other students talked too long, he would seem to drift away. And then in some days he seemed preoccupied.
What do you mean by talk too long? Talk for an hour?
No, the class is only 40 minutes. 3, 4, 5 minutes. And some students and some teachers do that.
Okay. What about Erik's self-confidence level?
As a ninth grader, it was very low. He, as I say, I don't think he realized what his strengths were. I think he was very concerned about how he was doing and measuring himself every minute, but not feeling that he was doing as well as he should have been doing.
Now, Was there a particular behavior that you noticed on Erik's part before testing?
Yes. If it were a test that he knew was summarizing an entire book, or if he were asked to take a quiz for which he knew he was not prepared, he would become very upset and he would cry.
Okay. And that would be in class?
Yes.
Was that unusual for a 9th grade boy to cry in class?
Yes, it's very unusual. Some 9th grade boys who are under the same or under similar stress situations will either be angry, explode in anger, or will leave the room. But most 9th grade boys do not cry, especially in front of their peers.
And what about when Erik received a poor grade? Would that also prompt him to cry?
Yes, and so what I tried to do in that, I assumed it was kind of embarrassment because no matter what a teacher...
As it relates to speculation.
All right, the objection is sustained. Everything after yes is stricken as non-responsive. Your next question, please.
Thank you. Did you do anything as a result of Erik's crying when he got a poor grade?
Yes, I would give him his papers back either before or after class. He was not the only one who would get his paper back then, so I didn't feel that I was shifting the spotlight and putting him in a different spotlight. Good students would get their papers back, some weaker students.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about an incident that happened towards the end of the school year. What did you assign the class an oral report to do?
Yes, the last 2 books we did were The Grapes of Wrath and Cry the Beloved Country, and every student was to give a 2 to 4 minute oral report on some aspect of the author, something having to do with the book. Erik was to do something on Cry the Beloved Country, which was probably in the last 3 weeks of school.
And did Erik, in fact, give an oral report on Cry the Beloved Country?
Yes, he did.
All right, I assume you're getting to the point here. If
Yes,
you can expedite that, please.
Was there anything unusual about his performance?
Again, he had not followed directions. The report was supposed to be 2 sources and in note form on note cards from which he was to speak to the rest of the class. Instead, Erik's report, he read his report from note cards, and the vocabulary was, he had trouble pronouncing some of the words, didn't seem to understand what was behind some of the sentences, and so I felt it was not his own work.
Okay. And did you, at some point, discover a book with the same oral report that Erik had given?
Yes, he had copied it word for word from the World Book.
Right. Now, as a result of this incident, did you have a meeting with Erik and with his mother?
Yes, his mother, Erik Sanford Bing, who was the head of the upper school at that time, and I met in Mr. Bing's office about the oral report.
And at the conference that you had with Mrs. Menendez, did you show her Erik's note cards and then the World Book Encyclopedia?
Yes, not immediately. She started the conference. She was angry at me. She said I had been picking on Erik all year, that I was unfair to Erik, that Erik would not do anything like that, what I had said. She's a very difficult woman to interrupt, and I tried several times to say, wait, I have something to show you. Mr. Bing said, let's start this again. And I had the assignment sheet which explained what Erik was to have done. I had the World Book, I had his note cards.
And did you show her these things?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did her attitude towards this change after you showed her these things?
Yes. She looked at it very quickly and then turned on Erik and was upset with him, which was not unusual if a parent is embarrassed about.
Okay, well, you're going beyond the question.
Okay.
Don't tell us what other people do.
Let me ask you another question. What specifically did Mrs. Menendez say to Erik?
She said that how could he do this to the family name? How could he lower this family honor and bring disgrace upon the family? Which to my mind was not the point.
Okay,
And
answer the question.
All right. But she spoke about the family name and family honor.
That's correct.
And may I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Was she very angry?
She continued her criticism for quite a while. I would characterize it as angry.
And how did you react when Mrs. Menendez became angry and started speaking to Erik about the family honor?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What did you do when Mrs. Menendez began saying these things to Erik?
Objection, Your Honor.
Asking what did she say in
Yes.
this group meeting? You can answer that question.
I
What did you say, if anything?
Okay. I said that what I wanted Erik to see was that not following directions could get him in serious trouble. That if he were taking a shortcut, it was not helping himself. It was not showing him what he could do. That getting the assignment finished was not the point, but the process, and that he had made a mistake, but he was not a terrible person. That it was part of what I'd hoped would be his learning experience.
Did you do that to try and protect Erik from his mother's anger?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you feel that as Erik's teacher, it was necessary for you to do anything to intervene when his mother became so angry?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And your was there any reaction on the part of Mrs. Menendez to your kind of explaining to Erik that a mistake, that shortcuts weren't good?
When I had finished, she returned to her idea of she couldn't believe that, she couldn't see how he could do such a thing.
Mrs. Howarth was copying word for word from a World Book encyclopedia, a particularly clever way of not doing your own work.
It was not deviant. It was not devious. That was one of the reasons that I felt that we should handle this situation with the head of upper school. He didn't change the word order. He didn't substitute vocabulary for words that he didn't know. He didn't omit. And it was the World Book. It was just word for word from the World Book. So it was not streetwise if he were trying to...
Let me just ask you questions about one additional area. You're aware that Erik had an older brother named Lyle.
Yes, I am.
And Lyle also went to PDS.
That's right.
He was 2 years older than Erik?
He was a senior when Erik was a freshman.
Mrs. Howarth, how did you first become aware that Erik had an older brother named Lyle?
Everyone at school knew Lyle. Lyle was very good at tennis and brought a great deal of positive publicity to the school. And I taught Lyle at the end of his senior year, but before that I had read quite a lot about Lyle in Erik's journal.
Okay, what's the journal?
In the ninth grade, students are asked to keep a journal, not write in it every day, but once a week, once every 2 weeks. There would be an open-ended assignment of write about a member of your family, write about something you did last weekend. The idea for the journal was to have students writing about things they knew well about and to develop a fluency. From that journal, some later writing assignments would grow.
And would you read your students' journals as part of your class?
I would collect them every 4 weeks or so, or we would go over them in conference. I did not grade the journals. I would either write a letter back to the student about things in the journal, or I would talk to the students in conference about their journal.
What did Erik write about in his journal?
I would say 70% of his journal was about Lyle. Then there was entries about sports. Few other entries.
What would he write about, Lyle?
Relevance.
Did Erik, based on your reading of his journal and seeing him in class, seem to look up to his older brother?
Very much so. I often thought it wasn't just that he wanted to be like Lyle.
Speculation.
Okay.
All right, you've answered the question. Everything after yes is stricken as non-responsive.
I just have a moment, Mary. Did Erik ever, in his journal, express a desire to be like his older brother?
Objection, relevance.
Overall, you may answer the question.
He,
Do you recall that specifically, yes or no?
not in his journal, no.
Okay, did he ever express a desire to be like his brother outside of his journal?
There was one conference that we were talking about something that he had written about sports, about soccer. He was very good at soccer, and I asked him why he was not concentrating his sports efforts on soccer. He was wonderful on the soccer field. And he said, because Lyle plays tennis. And at the time I thought, that's ninth grade logic at work that I don't understand.
Okay, thank you very much. I have nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your
Ma'am,
Honor.
did you require that your students keep journals for your class?
Did I
Is that it?
require that they
Yes.
keep? Yes, every student kept a journal.
Would they have a notebook for their journals?
Shape of the journal was up to the students. Some used spiral notebooks, some used those notebooks that are black and white spatter on the cover. I asked that they not keep it as a part of their loose leaf notebook, however, because I wanted to be able to look with them at the progression of their writing through the year.
So did your students keep the journal for the entire semester?
For the year.
For the whole year?
Yes, but they did not write in it on a regular basis. It would depend on the other work that they had in the class. The writing was time-consuming, and we often had very long reading assignments. They wouldn't have been able to do everything at once.
Now, you had indicated that the class was about 40 minutes long, is that right?
Some days it was 40, sometimes it was as much as 55.
Did you see any of your students, their attention kind of wandering during the course of the class?
Yes.
That wasn't uncommon
It's less common than you might expect because
in your class?
Because of the pace, and because in my classes, as often as possible, I like to have the students carry the load. So I will ask a general question and let them respond. My role as teacher is to observe the way they are responding, the roles they play in discussion. Sometimes I would sit on they would be in a fishbowl, and the fishbowl discusses, and the circle around the fishbowl comments on the process of the discussion, and I keep track of the movement in the class.
Okay,
So,
I think I lost you at the fishbowl. What do you mean by that?
students sit in the center and discuss an idea, half the students. The other half sit around the outside, and after 10 minutes, 15 minutes, when I stop the discussion, they comment on what they've noticed about the way the discussion went and the roles that their peers had in the discussion. I would sit outside the circle and take notes on whether a student initiates, summarizes, helps another student into the discussion, all the different roles that they
Is
can
that the
have.
format that you had for your class throughout the year?
No, but twice a week probably, something like that. So it was very important for the students to be actively involved in the class. I run very few lectures. We don't sit in the same places all the time.
So there were 4 times that you would meet, this class would meet per week?
4 times a week, that's correct.
And the 2 other days that you didn't have this particular format, would it be a lecture format?
No, it would probably be small group work, or I'd give I don't like to lecture. It doesn't work for most high school students, in my mind. So I don't lecture.
Would you see some of your students get bored on occasion with what was going on in class?
Yes, I would see a student or two. Some sounds like too many.
Okay. Now, would you say that it was fairly common in your experience in over 20 years of teaching that 9th graders are generally self-doubters at that period of their education?
It's a difficult transition year for many. Yes.
And did you indicate that it's fairly common for 9th graders to be self-doubters?
Not common enough to get interims and have it mentioned in reports home. There's a certain level of insecurity that you expect, and then there are some students who move beyond that level of uncertainty and self-doubting. But maybe in 2 classes, maybe 2 or 3 a year that need extra nurturing, that extra concern.
Do you remember
Giving a report?
Yeah, giving an interview?
Yes.
And do you recall saying that it's fairly common for 9th graders to be self-doubters?
Objection, Your Honor, not impeaching based on the
Overall.
But what I'm saying is that,
Question is, do you remember saying that?
yes,
Now, let's get on to another topic here. You were saying that there was a problem that Erik Menendez...
Object, Your Honor. Counsel didn't read the entire sentence to the
All right, let's have Ms. Morrissey state these objections.
Objection, Your Honor. The entire sentence isn't being stated.
All right, the objection's overruled. Next question, please.
There was you had testified earlier about a problem with an oral report by Erik Menendez. Do you recall that?
Yes. Today?
Now,
Of course.
Basically, he cheated. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
He did not follow the directions, and because he had a history of not following directions, I really didn't know if it how much thought he had given to doing it the way he had done it. It did not go to judiciary.
I'm sorry, what was
It
that?
did not go to judiciary. It went to the head of the upper school, and that was a judgment call on my part because of the time of year, and I wanted immediate follow-up because of the history of not understanding what he was to do. And my not understanding why he didn't understand. I couldn't find whatever it was that was getting in his way to help him get rid of that, to help him change that pattern.
Okay, the question is, did he plagiarize his oral report?
Yes.
Did you instruct him to copy a report out of an encyclopedia?
No.
In fact, when you recognized that he had cheated, you called his mother. Would that be fair to say?
I went to Erik, and I think he brought his mother in on it.
Okay.
Because she had responded before the end of that day.
Now, when you initially confronted the defendant with your belief that he had cheated, he had plagiarized, did he deny that he had done so?
Yes, he did.
So he said, no, I didn't cheat?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I decided I would have to investigate it further.
And what did you do in that regard?
I went to the library and went to the World Book. And it was the first book I looked at.
How did you suspect that he had cheated?
I believe that was in what I said earlier. He did not, he mispronounced several of the words. He didn't seem to understand what was what was behind some of what he was saying. And it was also, he was clearly reading from cards rather than referring to cards.
And at that point, you confronted him with what you suspected about him cheating.
Objection.
I waited until after class, and I don't remember if it was directly after class or later in the day.
Okay, so did you ask him to stay after class so that
No.
you could talk to him?
No.
How did you confront him about this cheating?
I asked him if, I said that I did not think that these were his words, and that I felt he hadn't done the assignment the way it was intended.
Now, when he denied that he had cheated, was it you that called Mrs. Menendez up for a meeting?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay. You indicated that Mrs. Menendez was called at some point. Do you recall who called her?
No, I don't remember.
You had indicated that during this meeting with Mrs. Menendez that there was yourself, the defendant, his mother, and somebody named Bing?
Mr. Bing, Sanford Bing, who was the head of the upper school.
Now, had you...
Eric's advisor was not there, and I don't know why.
Had you gone to Mr. Bing to let him know that you had caught Erik Menendez cheating?
Yes, I went to Mr. Bing even later in the day to advise him of what had happened. And first I talked to Erik, then I had to do the library, then I had to go to Mr. Bing, and I had 3 other classes during the day also.
Now, was it that day that Mrs. Menendez came for this meeting?
No, it was not. It was
the next day?
the next day or the day after.
Do you know if Mr. Bing called up Mrs. Menendez?
No, I'm not sure. I believe he said that I don't remember.
Now, you had indicated that Mrs. Menendez was at first a little upset with you for accusing her son of cheating.
Objection, misstates the evidence. She was a little upset.
Rephrase the question.
Was Mrs. Menendez a bit upset with you for accusing her son of cheating?
I had written 6 reports instead of, well, at that point 5, instead of 3. She felt that she said she felt that I was picking on Erik, that I had been on his case all year, that I was being unfair to him, and that he would not do something like that.
He would not cheat like that.
He would not do that.
Did Mrs. Menendez appear to be protective of her son?
Objection, calls for speculation.
At this meeting, when you presented evidence that Erik Menendez had in fact cheated, Mrs. Menendez became upset with her son.
That's correct.
Is that right? Now, the punishment for this was what?
Erik redid the report using 2 sources, using note cards, and he gave the report to me in my office, not to the whole class.
Had you had any other student in your class cheat such as that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
When Erik Menendez cried when he got these less than acceptable grades, did you feel sorry for him?
I was really worried about his overall performance. I'm not sure that I'd call it feeling sorry for him. I was concerned about the level of anxiety. I was concerned that this seemed to be a pattern, and I was frustrated in that I couldn't help him find a strategy to be more successful, or several strategies.
Did his crying make you do things that you wouldn't do for other students?
Would you say that again?
Yes. Did the defendant's crying when he got bad grades, would that make you do something that you wouldn't do for other students? For example, you indicated that you allowed the defendant to redo his paper and give the oral report simply in front of you rather than in front of the whole class. I take it that was an exception.
It was my effort to have him go through the process of the assignment. The day school allows teachers that kind of latitude, so that all of us teachers, I think, really do try to structure the class situation, the requirements of a course, so that they meet the individual needs of all our students. I have usually about 15 students in a classroom, which gives me time and space to be able to do that, but it often means at least 12 variations on a theme, often for assignments and ways of responding to their responses. So I tried to find ways of putting less pressure while still demanding that he complete the things that were necessary for his development as a student.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. Mrs. Howarth, Mr. Kuriyama read to you from a copy of a report about an interview. Have you had a chance to look at that report?
Yes, I did look at that.
Okay, and did you, in the interview, say that it's fairly common for ninth graders to be self-doubters.
Yes.
Okay, and did you also say as part of that same sentence, but Erik was an extreme case?
Yes.
Okay. And was Erik an extreme case of self-doubt?
Yes, of self-doubt and of anxiety.
Mr. Kuriyama asked you whether or not it was other students appeared to have their attention wander during your class. How would you characterize the degree of wandering that Erik did as opposed to your other students?
He frequently had trouble concentrating. That year, maybe there was one other, perhaps there were two other students in two ninth grade classes that I taught that might give me similar concern, but this combined with other things, I only wrote, I teach four upper school English, at that time I was teaching 4 upper school English classes, and I believe I only wrote 3 interims for that first marking period, and then I wrote a second interim for Erik later in the year.
Okay, so the things that you observed Erik doing, such as his attention wandering and his anxiety, were unusual.
That's correct.
Taken together and individually. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me ask you about the incident where Erik copied the World Book. And you had a meeting with his mother. You said that Mr. Kuriyama asked you about the mother saying that you had been picking on Erik.
Objection misstates the evidence. Overall.
Had you been picking on Erik during the course of this year, Mrs. Howard?
I wouldn't characterize it in that way. I tried to give Erik as much attention as I could to address the problems that he was having. I did write more reports on Erik than I did on other students to try to keep the parents informed. His grades were not good, despite.
Did Mrs. Menendez ever express any resentment towards you for your comments?
No, nothing direct about the comments themselves.
What about Erik? Did you ever have any discussions with him about that he didn't like all these suggestions that you were making in his comments?
Objection, be honest.
In conference, we would go over the comments and try to work on strategies that he could use so that the problems would not come up. We would.
That's not the question. Did he ever complain about your writing his comments?
No. No.
Did he appear to appreciate your efforts to help him?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did he respond to your efforts to help him in these conferences? Did he listen?
Yes, and he was good about coming to conferences. And that was, again, particularly difficult because they would...
Answer the question.
Yes.
Next question.
Was there ever any pattern to Erik's performance problems that you were able to discern?
No.
Objection, vague, and beyond scope. Sustained.
Do you, as a teacher, do you, in students, observe certain recognizable patterns? That is, somebody who has trouble reading will display certain problems. Is it somewhat predictable?
Calls for an unpopular opinion.
All right, it's beyond the scope of the current examination. Anything else?
Perhaps. In your meeting with Mrs. Menendez, when she talked about dishonoring the family, did she say which family he was dishonoring? Is that the Menendez family?
She would, her words were the family name, the family honor. I had not heard that before.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. You're excused. All right, we'll take a 15-minute recess, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. And we'll resume at 20 minutes to the hour. That's the council recess. All right, as I indicated, I wanted counsel to pinpoint your examination, and this last witness was a witness who repeated many things that we've heard already and went over a lot of things that are cumulative, and the next witness or any other witnesses you're calling on these subjects had better be pinpointed and get to the specific issue that you want to bring out rather than go through all the same litany of things we've heard with other witnesses. And the next witness falls in that same category, and any other witnesses you have along those lines, if any. You've indicated you don't have any, but again, when I say pinpoint, I mean that. You're just going over and regurgitating things that other witnesses have already said. And it's cumulative, and it's improper, and you should be aware of it as well. You must know when you ask these questions, you've heard these things before. They're nothing new. You've heard the same witnesses or other witnesses say the same thing. So at some point, even you will say, enough is enough.
People drift off in class.
Yes, I noticed Ms. Abramson's eyes wandering. Okay, we'll be in recess until 22.
I was trying to get your attention to turn down the
All right, the jury and all parties are present. In the case of People versus Erik Menendez, the defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Norman Poles.
Step forward, please.
Would you raise your right hand, please, to be sworn? You solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please see the truth. Would you tell us your full name, spell your last?
The name is Norman. The last name is Puls. P-U-L-S.
All right, just lean back and the mic will pick up your voice.
Thank you.
Mr. Poles, do you work as a tutor?
I do.
And how long have you worked as a tutor?
About 13, 14 years now.
And is there any particular area that you teach students?
Yes, I tutor in all forms of mathematics and physics and chemistry.
Okay, and do you have any training, either educational or on the job, that has prepared you to tutor students in these areas?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in engineering, a master's degree in engineering, and I have conducted and organized many industrial training programs.
And have you also worked as a consulting engineer for a period of time?
Yes, I have.
For how long?
Since 1981.
Now, did you tutor Erik Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And when did you begin tutoring him?
The fall term of 1987.
And how long did you tutor him?
Through his high school, into high school, which would have been about 2 years.
Okay, so you last worked with him in approximately June of 1989?
Yes, in the spring of 1989, that's
Okay,
right.
and the last spring that you worked with him would have been Erik's senior year in high school?
That's correct.
Now, where was Erik living at the time you first began tutoring him? Do you know?
No, not really.
Okay. How often did you tutor Erik?
Twice a week at least.
Okay,
Sometimes none if he was traveling.
All right. Normally, it was twice a week.
Normally it was twice a week, yes.
And you indicated that there were periods when you didn't tutor him at all during the week because he was traveling?
That's right.
Was he traveling for any particular purpose that you were aware of?
Yes, I was told it's for tennis, for tournaments or practice or whatever.
And how long would each session last?
Hour and a half at least.
Where were these tutoring sessions held?
In the Woodland Hills area.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Pulse, about to describe Erik as a student. Did he seem to be interested in mathematics?
I think he had a reasonable interest in mathematics, yes.
And based on your contacts with him, did he appear to try hard to learn?
I always thought so.
Okay. Did you notice any difficulties with Erik's attention span?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
There were times when it was non-existent. Times when he was spaced out. He would look at me and look right through me, and I would look at him and I realized there was nobody there behind the eyes. He was just not there. And other times he was in and sharp and brisk, and it would change in a matter of minutes sometimes.
Was this behavior that you saw in Erik unusual in your experience?
Yes.
And would you do anything to try and get Erik's attention?
Surely. I'd jump up and down and pound the table and make noise and shout and walk up and down and try different things to keep his focus on me. It was bad enough that other tutors in the same offices would pound on the walls and tell me to be quiet sometimes.
Now, in tutoring students, you sometimes encounter people who have problem concentrating or focusing. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
Was the problem that you observed Erik having something that was common among the students that you tutored?
The problem was common. However, in this case, it was exaggerated to a point I had never seen before or since.
Did you ever meet Mrs. Menendez, Erik's mother?
Yes, I did.
About how many times?
A small number of times.
Okay. And did you ever have any conversation with her about how Erik was doing or his progress?
I attempted to, after a session, if she would be there waiting to pick Erik up, or I would come over to her and begin to tell her how her son did. And I felt she had no interest.
What makes you say that she had, or what makes you feel that she had no interest?
Question calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you ever meet Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
And approximately how many times did you meet him?
More than the mother, maybe 4, 5, 6 times.
Okay. And did you have any interaction with him about how Erik was doing?
Yes, yes, I did.
And what type of interaction did you have with him?
Again, after the session, the father would approach and ask me, how did he do? Is he learning? Is he responding? He wouldn't get into detail because I don't think the father knew calculus or whatever, so he didn't want to know the details, but he did want to know whether we there at the tutoring organization was giving his boy his money's worth, and whether the boy was accepting what we were giving.
Was Erik accepting what you were giving?
About half the time.
And the time that he was, the half that he wasn't, was that because of this attention deficit that you've told us about?
Right, the total lack of, you go like this and there's nothing there behind the eyes. And and when he was sharp, he was a good student.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Foles, how much is it per session for these tutoring sessions?
Dollars?
Yes.
Well,
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
I was not the receiver of the money. I was employed by a tutoring organization. So the Menendez family paid the organization. The organization then paid me.
How much
So I don't know what they got.
How much did you get paid?
I got $20.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I believe it was $20 an hour.
And you would meet with the defendant twice per week?
On average, yes.
And about 3 hours per week? An hour and a half per session?
That's about it.
Would Mr. and Mrs. Menendez bring Erik Menendez to these tutoring sessions?
Only occasionally. Yes, occasionally.
And that's when you'd see the parents?
That's right.
Specifically, you saw Mr. Menendez, you said 4, 5, or 6 times?
That's right.
And Mr. Menendez asked you how his son was doing?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Menendez traveled a lot in his business?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
The times that you did not see Mr. Menendez, was it Mrs. Menendez that would come?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Okay. How many times did you see Mrs. Menendez at your facility?
2, 3.
Would you send home progress reports to the family?
Not me. Maybe the school did, but I did not.
Do you know how the defendant was referred to this business?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
You indicated that you had tutored Erik Menendez for some year and a half, is that correct?
I would say nearer to 2 years. Well, 2 school terms would be better put.
Before that, was he tutored by somebody else in the business?
Objection, Your Honor, because of hearsay speculation. Personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Do you know a person at this business called Sally Jordan?
Yes.
Was she? Did you ever speak to Sally Jordan about Erik Menendez?
Yes.
Was she also a math teacher?
No.
What did she teach?
English.
So this business, it was called Scholars Unlimited, is that
That's correct.
There were different disciplines that were being taught. There
That's
were
correct.
tutors for different disciplines.
That's correct.
And your specialty was in math and chemistry and physics, I believe you said?
That's right.
Did you tutor Erik Menendez on anything but math?
I think we got into physics one term.
Now, there were some occasions when Erik Menendez had to go on a tennis tournament, is that right?
That's what I was told, yes.
Now, that wouldn't happen very often, though, would it?
How often is very often. I think it happened often. I think it was a matter of at least every 3rd week or so he would miss an appointment.
Would you call that an occasional miss?
It was more frequent than occasional, in my opinion.
Do you remember giving an interview in this case to the defense attorneys?
Yes, I did.
Would it refresh your present recollection to take a look at that report?
I did. I got a chance to see it.
Sure.
Oops. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's a question. I can.
Does that refresh your present recollection?
It refreshes, but I don't believe it is. I don't believe it was transcribed correctly.
So you think this report is inaccurate?
In that sentence, yes.
Okay. Who did you speak to
Who are you talking about?
regarding this report?
Objection,
To
relevance.
Overall.
Miss Leslie Abramson and that lady, and her private investigator, Ederly, I can't remember the name, I'm sorry.
Cindy Erdely?
Cindy Ederly, that sounds correct,
Okay.
yes.
Did the defense give you a copy of this report to refresh your recollection before you testified today?
Yes,
Okay, so you've seen this report before?
yes, I have. If that's the 3-page one, yes, I've seen it.
This is a 3-page report.
Then that's the one I've seen.
Now, this report then says that you had indicated, or you reported that Erik Menendez occasionally missed his lessons because of conflicts with his tennis lessons, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And what you're saying now is that the defense report is inaccurate?
I think so. I think it should be more than just occasionally. should say frequently.
Did you bring that to the attention of the defense attorneys in this case when you read it?
Overruled. Your answer?
Yes, I mentioned that I thought it was a error in copying or transcribing or understanding or whatever. I didn't think it was major, though, because the difference between occasionally and frequently is it's a matter of degree.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, anything else?
Just one question. What about Mrs. Menendez's behavior caused you to think that she wasn't interested in how her son was doing?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Mr. Kuriyama asked you about meeting Mrs. Menendez 2 to 3 times.
Yes, he did.
During the 2 to 3 times that you met with her, did you have conversations?
Objection beyond scope.
Overruled to that question.
Did she speak to you?
Hardly at all. I attempted to speak to her and explain how her son was doing, and I got no response. And she...
All right, you've answered the question, sir.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, anything else?
No further questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Let me see counsel at the sidebar, please.